Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. We're going to go on and call this meeting to order. Please turn your cell phones to the vibrate, silence, or off setting. The Gary Sansing Public Forum is intended for matters not included on the agenda for the upcoming Board of County Commissioners meeting. Citizens wishing to address items on the agenda should sign up to speak to such items at the regular Board of County Commissioners meeting. Speakers shall refrain from abusive or profane remarks, disruptive outbursts, protest, or other conduct which interferes with the orderly conduct of the Gary Sansing Public Forum meeting. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes unless otherwise determined by the chairperson to allow sufficient time for all speakers. If 15 or more speakers are signed up, the time will be reduced to 2 minutes out of respect for all attendees. Members of the public who would like to present a visual aid when speaking must submit all materials at least 24 hours prior to the meeting via email to submissions@myescambia.com. If you are signed up to speak today and have not already submitted your visual aids, please see a county staff member in the lobby for assistance. Please note that same-day submissions will be determined on a case-by-case basis at the discretion of the BCC chair. At the chairperson's discretion, the Gary Sansing Public Forum may end 5 minutes prior to the scheduled start of the upcoming Board of County Commissioners meeting to allow for the meeting to commence on time. How many speakers do we have total? 14, so we will be able to allow 3 minutes per speaker. Our first speaker is Joseph Kleinenpeter. Did I? Correct, yes. And then Gary Holt, you will be after Joseph. Thank you.
I reside at 13621 Perdido Key Drive, Unit West 404, Pensacola, Florida. I am a longtime registered voter in Escambia County. I'm also president of the Indigo Condominium Association, and our condominium association urges a vote to no on the matter of customary use. We have been very good citizens. We obey all the laws, following all the regulations, but we see this as a matter of private property as protected by the Fifth Amendment, the 14th Amendment. All of those go back, of course, to the Magna Carta in 1215. So we see that our private ownership, which was granted under deeds from the county, and also our condominium association declaration was approved by the county in early 2000, approximately 2002, 2004. We have two 20-story high-rise buildings, 177 units. Many of our owners, as I am, are registered voters and citizens of the county. We pay roughly $2 million a year in condo fee, in taxes to the county. We also bring in about 20,000 people, visitors, who contribute very nicely in the range of $2 to $3 million to the local economy when they're here enjoying beautiful Perdido Key, Northwest Florida. So as I said, we see this as primarily a matter of personal property ownership. We feel very strongly about this. I sent a letter to the commissioners a few days ago saying that we are disputing customary use, so we have filed this formal dispute letter based on the fact that we see this as something we should not be doing. We have interrupted the use of the public beach for the last 20 years. We strictly enforce all of our access and private beach rules. We have a long history of doing that. We're a gated community. We require cards to get into our property. So again, we don't like the idea of having to dispute this, take legal action. We don't like the idea that the county to defend will have to spend millions that could be spent with more parking space, allowing better use of the open, for example, the state park, doing something with the National Seashore. There are lots of solutions to this that do not require taking away our private property rights under the Constitution. I thank you. I urge you to vote no, no, no. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate your remarks. Gary Holt, you're up, and Chris Kerb, you'll be next.
Good morning, board members. On an early Friday morning, I drew the short straw today to have to come down here and keep customary use on Perdido Key in front of you. We appreciate the opportunity that for the discussion next month. We understand that the board will be discussing it and voting on customary use at Perdido Key next month. We just wanted to keep it in front of you and keep it fresh, and it sounds like it's gonna be in front of you today. But as you know, the legislatures passed Senate Bill 1622 last summer. The governor signed it. The Florida Senate passed it 35-2, that all beaches would have customary use in Florida. It's the Florida law. Now, they gave the local authority to structure the ordinance. No camping on the beach, whatever we want to do with the ordinance, and that will be the compromise in the next few months to put that ordinance together. But this is not a property rights issue. We're not taking anybody's property. It's just the right to go out there, put down a towel and watch the sunset. As you know, the right that we had before 2018, when coming out of the Great Recession, the people in Walton County were screaming about their property rights coming down, and they got the governor and even the governor of Arkansas to pass this terrible bill that restricted customary use to Florida citizens, Escambia County citizens, which in the surf community we call locals. So we'll start using that term. The locals have the right to go to the beach, put down a towel, sit and watch the sunset. Like I said, it's not a property rights issue. We're not taking it's not taking anybody's property. We're not telling them what to do with it. Well, you can't put fences on it. You can't put signs on it. You can't build on it, obviously. But it's the white sand beaches that we've had customary use for the last over 100 years. And now the governor and the legislature have seen right to give, most beaches have that. They might call it something else, but Orange Beach, Gulf Shores, Pensacola Beach, Navarre, Panama City, Fort Walton Beach all have customary use. There's no problem with it. People come out there, they sit on the beach. Now, if somebody's selling drugs or fighting, drunk and disorderly, call the sheriff, just like you would any other place. But if families are out there enjoying this recreational area, which has been the recreational area for Escambia County citizens, locals, we'll start using that word, locals, I hope that when it does come to a vote that is unanimous, I hope that nobody votes against.
Thank you, Mr. Holt. Chris Kerb, you're next,
access
and then
for the
Eric
locals.
Sharplin, you'll be
Thank
after
y'all.
Chris Kerb.
Good morning, Chris Kerr with Flood Defenders.
For this morning is to talk about House Bill 479. House Bill 479 is a developer bill. The developers are going to love it, I promise you. It takes water quality control, water quantity control, and water pollution control away from the counties, and it centralizes it in the states. In the state itself, for example, the state of Florida. And if a county tries to enact a law or a policy to control water quality, water quantity, or pollution control, the state can then withhold state funding from that bill. Does that sound crazy to you? Does it bother you?
Does that sound crazy to you? Your state government's taking your job away from you. You were elected to represent the people in Escambia County. Y'all, I hope your lobbyists are fighting for you. I hope when you go to Tallahassee, you tell them. I hope you tell your representatives and your senators that that's bad legislation. I'm a tech advisor for Flood Defenders Panhandle as a stormwater expert, with 25 years of experience working for this government right here. In the last 5 years, I brought a plan to you. Actually, I shined a light on the plan you already had that I worked on for those 25 years. I brought neighborhoods in here with problems, put videos up there with water running through somebody's living room. And y'all found money to fix some of those things. Windsong, Surrey. Perdido Estates, it's under construction right now. Windsong, Surrey's completed. You're working on Bayou Marcus Branch B Basin. That's a big problem. One of them was Oakville Acres, where you spent $1.3 million in a grant that the American Flood Coalition pushed through our state legislation for flood resilience. That Oakville Acres in your district, Commissioner May, the regulations need to be revised because you spent money, taxpayers' money, to fix something that a developer exacerbated. He didn't cause the problem, but he made it worse. You built a stormwater pond down gradient of a subdivision. Anyway, you need to revise your land development code with stormwater ordinances that have been brought before you, and you need to revise those. I ran a maintenance and
Thank you so
repair
much,
campaign.
Chris. We appreciate it. Eric Sharplin, you're up, and then Ellison Bennett, you will be after Eric Sharplin.
Good morning, Madam Chairman. I wanted to come down today. As you know, we've been talking about this thing with your office project, and I'm sorry that this thing got out of hand. You know, originally I was talking with the commissioner, and they were highly irritated about it because they thought you were just decorating for the sake of redecorating. Your aide was very nice to me. I don't know if she told you, we talked for about 20 minutes and explained about the fact that your desk, when y'all went to move it, it just fell apart. And then I got these quotes from commissioners, $30,000 and all these high numbers, and I didn't know how to do a public records request. So I wish people would, in the future, state the facts instead of hearsay, because that don't help matters when you're hearing stuff and quoting it. It just, you know, it just seems to not go over very well. I will say that things are picking up in Mayfair because we are getting fiber. And I would like to know from the three commissioners who went to Tallahassee, what have we accomplished? I was told that we're going to get a bill for your hotel room and your gas and your food, and what's coming back to Escambia County? I mean, just like Kennedy said, why don't we do something for Escambia County instead of having the county do for us? I mean, if the trip is unnecessary, why go? Because that's like Ms. Hoffberger says, she's trying to streamline the spending in government, in the county budget. And all this stuff, it does add up. So I just want y'all to think about that before y'all want to go back down there for another tea party or whatever y'all do at these meetings, and nothing's getting accomplished except the county's gonna get a bill for what, $200 to $700 from 3 or 4 commissioners who were going down, and they get their money back. So yeah, Madam Chairman, I do appreciate your time.
Thank you, I appreciate it. And I'm sorry someone gave you false information and tried to use you to spread rumors. Melanie and I were made aware of that rumor, so Melanie did some due diligence and pulled county spending. Since I've been in my office, I'm the second lowest spending commissioner behind Commissioner Berry. So Melanie actually has those public records requests with all of our spending since I've been in office available for you. Ellison Bennett, you're next, and Connie Walker, you'll be after Ellison.
Good morning. I'm here representing the National Board, the National Movement for Civil and Human Rights. I am a national board member. I serve proudly on that board. Our organization have had several complaints. The county is furnishing transportation to take people to appointments. Some of the people are disabled. There are some people who are blind. It concerns me greatly when someone is taken to an appointment and then no one goes back to pick them up. So if they didn't have the means to get to the appointment, how in the world they're going to get back home? Some of these people live in Cantonment or wherever, Warrenton area, Bellevue, Montclair, whatever. What was most troubling, I was told, a blind person was picked up at his residence and left on the curve. That concerns me greatly. So I come this morning, I don't know if you all are aware of what's going on, but if the system is not working where you can go back and pick a person up after you take them to an appointment, something needs to be done. You know, we would think that everybody's got their own transportation. That is not reality. So I hope this can be addressed. It hurts me to my heart that disabled people are told to fend for yourself. That's what several of the people told me. They told us to get back home the best way we can. That is totally unacceptable. Thank you for listening.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for bringing that to our attention. Connie Walker, you're next, and then Keith Woodward, you'll be after Connie Walker.
Connie Walker, President of Perdido Key Association. Perdido Key Association has been the voice and information resource for Perdido owners and residents. Perdido Key Board of Directors continues to be that voice, opposing customary use on Perdido Key Drive beachfront properties. Beachfront property owners have sent numerous emails to Perdido Key Association and county commissioners voicing their opposition to customary use and concerns. Among their concerns are the following: increased liability and insurance, maintenance of beach cleanups, decreased property values and rental income decline, lose exclusive use of property which they paid in addition to significant taxes. Erosion of privacy and tranquility would be compromised for sake of unrestricted public access. Private beachfront properties offer a unique benefit not only to owners but to community by preserving natural environments, promoting property value. Imposing customary use could lead to overcrowded beaches, increased litter, and damage to these fragile ecosystems, negating years of conservation efforts by Perdido Key beachfront owners. Continuing problems of vandalism, unauthorized parking, and access to condominiums and private homes likely to increase. Legal actions would be unfair to beachfront property owners who would be paying their own legal fees as well as considerable taxes with help pay county legal fees. Perdido beachfront owners are requesting to commissioners their voices be heard and the county become aware and listen to disputes concerning customary use if imposed. Respectfully, the voices of beachfront property owners need to be heard regarding property rights in unity with beachfront property speakers present today. Thank you.
Keith Woodward, you're up, and then Stephanie Navarez, you'll be after Keith.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Keith Woodward, President of the Solana Shores Homeowners Association. And my Florida voting family and I reside at 14761 Perdido Key Drive. I'm here to strongly oppose the proposed customary use designation of 75 foot of the current shoreline. Beyond my concerns regarding liability, property values, tax implications, trash accumulation, and the practical impossibility of enforcement, my primary objection is this. You're proposing a literal line in the sand that is a moving target. I understand the customary use controversy stems from 1957 land sales with questionable beach easements. However, the physical shoreline has changed dramatically since then. According to the USGS National Assessment of Shoreline Change Studies, this is the Maine Gulf Mexico report of 2004, I focused on page 14, table 7A, the long-term mean shoreline change rate. The average mean shoreline change rate for Alabama and West Florida is approximately 9.84 inches annually. The erosion calculation, if you do that out since 1957, which is 68 years, is about 55 feet of shoreline. On top of that, you have a sea level rise. NOAA basically estimates and has a page that of tidal and currents that shows the Pensacola Bay tide gauge number 8729840 documents a vertical rise of approximately 1/10 of an inch per year. This sea level rise over 68 years would be an additional 7.25 inches. Now, understand that that's vertical, so given Perdido Key's wide flat beach and shallow water, the beach slope ratio between 1 to 150 and 1 to 100 means that 7.25 inches in sea level rise would equal approximately 30 to 60 feet of horizontal beach. The bottom line is, when combined with the scientific studies, the beach where it was back in 1957 would be approximately 85 to 100 feet further out into the Gulf than today, without the thought of beach degradation back then. This evaluation does not include erosion from future storms or establishing a 75 customer use boundary from today's shoreline is fundamentally unjust to property owners who purchase land based on historical boundaries and will be drastically altered through natural processes. I urge you to consider this. I will be following up with an email, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Keith. We appreciate your remarks. We have had 5 additional speakers added, so to make sure that we start our BCC meeting on time, we'll be reducing it to 2 minutes per speaker. Stephanie, you're next, and then Karen Woodward, you'll be after Stephanie. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Stephanie Navarez. I'm a property owner in Perdido Key, also at Solana Shores. I'm here to oppose the effort to apply customary use to privately owned dry sand beach on Perdido Key. Customary use is not a general policy choice. Under Florida law, it's a very narrow exception to private property rights that must be proven with specific evidence for each individual parcel. The presumption in Florida is that private property remains private unless the government meets a very high legal standard. The standard requires proof that public use has been longstanding, uninterrupted, reasonable, and free from dispute. Perdido Key does not meet those requirements. Property owners have objected, posted signs, and restricted access for decades. A use of actively disputed, a use that's actively disputed cannot then, by definition, become customary. Broadly applying customary use without individualized court findings also raises serious constitutional concerns. Declaring public rights over private land without due process or compensation effectively takes away a fundamental property right, the right to exclude. That is not a policy decision that this body should rush to make. It's also important to remember that the public already enjoys significant rights under the public trust doctrine. The wet sand beach below the mean high water line is public. Navigation, fishing, swimming, and access to the water are fully protected. Expanding public use into privately owned dry sand is unnecessary and unfair, especially when public beaches and access points already exist. Perdido Key has public access to over 60% of the beaches, and which are currently underutilized. Perdido Key State Park is practically even in high season.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. We appreciate it. Karen Woodward, you're next, and Charles Krupnick, you'll be after Karen. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Karen Woodward, and I own a property at 14761 Perdido Key Drive in Pensacola. First of all, I'd like to thank each of you for your service. I would also like to encourage you to vote no on the customary use. We are a very small complex. We have already experienced large financial burdens with recent legislative changes in the state of Tennessee, all of which we are following to a T. Changing this customary use land will also add additional financial burdens to us. Not only does it add additional financial burden, it also opens up liability. We have tenants in our unit. We do have some short-term rentals. We get comments often about the privacy of the beaches and how people continue to return to our complex because of that privacy. I say that, and I encourage you to think about the tax dollars those tenants are bringing in year after year. How many wait staff people are employed because these people continue to come back and they enjoy the privacy of the beaches. They can go to Alabama and have crowded beaches. They prefer Perdido Key because of the privacy. Also, personally, as a homeowner in our association, we took into account our disabled, mentally and physically disabled family members when we purchased in Solana Shores. Now, our family members will be exposed to loud music, illegal drugs that are on the beaches now. And by the way, my time's out. This is what I picked
Thank
up
you, Karen.
2
We
nights
appreciate
ago
it.
off the beaches.
Charles,
Who's
you're
going to clean
next,
this
and
up?
Curtis Stotterberg, you'll be after Charles. Charles Krupnick, and then Curtis Soderberg.
Yeah, Charles Krupnick, 14500 River Road on Perdido Key. State Bill SB 1622 passed last June did not say implement customary use. It removed the requirement to go property by property for a legal decision in moving in that direction. Beaches such as Pensacola Beach and Orange Beach are engineered beaches, okay? Right now, $35 million is being spent on Pensacola Beach. When you engineer a beach, it becomes public, okay? Implementing customary use on a big place like Escambia County or even Perdido Key is a big deal. The 1974 Daytona Beach Tona-Rama decision established a basis for customary use in Florida, but it was a dispute about a relatively small piece of beachfront. And I'm not a lawyer, but customary use seems more about dispute settlement than granting public beach access. So if customary use is implemented on Perdido Key, it will likely garner national attention, national media attention, as Walton counties did in 2016 and beyond. When asked by USA Today, Fox News, or other news outlets why Escambia County commissioners voted for customary use, I hope you can say it was because we needed more beach access for our growing population and county visitors, and because you followed with due diligence to ensure the criteria for customary use were met, that public use was ancient, without interruption, and free from dispute. As the county attorney essentially said at the January 8th committee as a whole meeting, it's really not sufficient to have someone say we've used it for years. Real evidence should be presented. And hopefully you can say you considered the effect on the 2,500 or so private beachfront property owners who paid a premium for owning or participating in ownership of private beaches.
Thank
And
you so
continue
much. Curtis, you're up
pay
next.
significant
And
taxes.
Steve Lupert,
Thank you.
you'll be after Mr. Curtis.
Good morning. Appreciate all of you who get up on a Friday morning and come down here and fight the traffic and do the public service. My name is Kurt Soderberg. I live at 13621 Perdido Key Drive, and I have been a property owner there for 2 years, or excuse me, since 2008, a lot of years. I own 2 units at that property and spent 12 years on the board. So I know all about stewardship of the beach, and we have done a lot of that. We've rebuilt our beach dunes. We keep our beaches clean. We have rules at our property. No smoking, no cannabis, no glass, lots of other things, good behavior. And so we're good stewards of the beach. And so I think this customary use is, just because it was passed by the legislature in Florida, doesn't make it good legislation and doesn't make it good public policy. We have private ownership of our beach, and basically what's happening is you want to take property rights away from us, and we don't think that's correct. So I'll make a little analogy. It would be like me wanting to come and have public access to your backyard and come and do a barbecue and have all my buddies over and all that, and then use your facilities because we don't have facilities. And then we get up and we leave, and then there's all the remnants of why we were there. So I don't think I think it's bad legislation, and I think it's bad public policy to apply this to our situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Kurt. We appreciate it. Steve Lupert, you're next. And Brian Gaucher will be after Steve Lupert.
Good morning, Steve Lupert, 806 Rio Vista Drive, Pensacola Beach, Florida. What we have going on Pensacola Beach is nothing like at Perdido Key, where I hear customary use. Ms. Hoffberger, I think last week you went out and walked the area that I'm going to talk about here. I'm down to 2 minutes, but this is where a pier was approved in an area that was identified as a unique property by the executive directors, past and present, on Pensacola Beach. At the December board meeting, and it was December 17th, the board unanimously voted to put a pier in an area that is public area and has always been public area, and the leaseholder does not have riparian rights associated with it. And DEP has acknowledged this. DEP has actually came back after I spoke here the last time. They said we recognize that this permit and a few others that we've recently issued on the island should have included a clearer demonstration of riparian rights, and it goes on. But it also at the bottom here does say, please note the decision to provide the sufficient upland interest necessary to construct these docks rest on the Santa Rosa Island Authority and not DEP. This is not the leaseholder's property. It's public property, public recreation, Escambia County. It's all public area. The board members acknowledged they were doing something wrong. They approved it at the December meeting. Now it's back on the agenda for next week. I would like to see, Ms. Hoffberger, you get this on the agenda for the county commissioners, along with what's going to come up as far as Wednesday, the denial or approval of a lease extension at my property. And I'm about out of time, but thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lupert. We appreciate your comments. Brian and Sandra Gaucher, you both signed up to speak, so you can go in whatever order is most convenient for you.
Okay. Thank you. Hi, my name is Sandra Gauthier. This is my husband, Brian. And I'm a Florida real estate agent, and we're here representing an older couple that owns a lot on 3715 West Jackson Street. And apparently this is really in regards to a lien that took place back in 2000. And they say that they have paid this a long time ago. And speaking with Heather and the records, those records are no longer available to prove that they did pay it. And seeing they're in their 70s now, and this goes back many years, they've owned the lot since 1988, have always paid their taxes, are currently up to date. And they're looking for the receipt or any proof, but we currently have someone who's very interested in that lot to build on it, improve it, make it nice. They're ready to close, and so we're really seeking relief, some kind of relief for this lien for them, and we're just standing in for them today because they have health issues and it's hard for them to get out. So I just wanted to bring this up to you and just see what we can do to move forward with this.
I think that's something that would need to go in written communications, but Tim Day is over here. Tim, he can assist you with that, and we'll work on getting that ball rolling for you so it can be presented to the board.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good day.
Rosa Johnson, you're next, and then Melissa Pino will be after Rosa Johnson. Do we have a Rosa Johnson? Yes. Yes, thank you.
Good morning. I want to personally thank Commissioner Mays and the entire board for being instrumental in getting some of the work done in my community. I'm also here to address the situation that is going on at Cobb Center, which is in the city limits. But this has to do with all of us, not some of us. The Council on Aging have an agreement that they would service seniors at Cobb Center and other facilities, centers, meals. They receive city, state, and federal funding to take care of this particular agreement. Right now, Cobb Center seniors are not receiving meals. They haven't received meals from the Council on Aging since August. I was under the assumption that we were not receiving meals because they did not have the funding. But in October, I was one of the people that got on television congratulating them for the funds that they received. We still have not received meals. I found out that the reason we are not receiving meals because there was a conflict between one of their employees and an employee from the city. What does that have to do with the seniors? What does that have to do with them not bringing us our meals?
Thank you so much, Ms.
I would
Rosa.
like to have this addressed.
Melissa Pino, you're next.
Because this
and then
just
Kevin
not
Ray.
the-
Thank you, ma'am.
affect-
Your time is up. Thank you.
I am sorry, but this have to be addressed.
Thank you. You know we're counting on the city, right?
Excuse me, Madam Chair. Ms. Johnson, Rose, although Cobb Center's in the city, whether they're seniors at Ebonwood or Brownsville, I know that those seniors are on fixed incomes. And that's one of the things we've done even when we did not receive funding. We personally, and when I took community to make sure people are going to be fed, and we're going to continue to work with that. And I'm going to put in a call to Council on Aging this week because I've been over to Cobb Center, although it's in the city, it still resides in my district. And I know that these seniors are with the rising prices of groceries and what the cost of eggs and milk and bread, it's unbearable on many of our seniors. And so your concerns are not falling on deaf ears. We're going to do everything that we possibly can do to make sure that every child and every senior is fed in Escambia County. And it's a sad day when our children and our seniors can't eat, and we're going to do everything that we can to support you.
Now, I just wanted to make it clear that this is not about just me. This is about our seniors. You know the cost of food. You know these people, I do. I'm going to speak for me. I take medication 3 times a day. And with each one of those meals, medicines, I have to have a meal. I have to have something to eat. So I don't want any of us to suffer unduly because of pettiness. This have to be addressed.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate it. Commissioner May, anything else on that one? No? Okay. Thank you, sir. Melissa Pino, and then Kevin Wade, you'll be after Melissa. Thank you.
And I certainly stand with her. This is just one more example of mismanagement over in the city of Pensacola right now. I am so sorry that's happening, and I'll speak more to that flaming disaster on the Bay stuff. Wasn't planning on coming down. I'm sorry I look like a slob. I don't like to come down here disrespectful, but folks at home, I got 2 broken toes, lab puppy, goal, mom, 2 broken toes. And so we were gonna stay back today because we don't see any reason to keep forcing this customary use issue. You guys, it's been litigated for 8 years. I'm actually down here to say something to the trust. But let me get the customary use dis and misinformation out of the way first. I'm glad to see that the PKA thought they had to come out in droves. Looks like the past pencil sharpener for D2 has been busy pulling those old Tiger teams together. It's ridiculous. I need to apologize to Mr. Krupnik and for saying something that was a God's honest mistake. When I was up last time, I mentioned that he owned a couple of condo units in the Seafarer. I apologized to him personally. I sent in a written apology, and I had, as he helped me figure out, I had him confused with another past official associate of the PKA. And Charles, I am sorry, I don't deal in disinformation. Put that trust back on the ballot. Get rid of it. Now, to this customary use garbage, of course they're going to argue interrupted use. Duh. Any attorney worth their salt who is willing to get down in the trenches and fight this case can fight the absurdity of that. I'm sorry rich people are having problems keeping their private beaches between Tennessee and Escambia. Think about how ridiculous these people sound when they come to this podium.
Thank you, Melissa. We
132,000
appreciate
people
it. Kevin
in
Wade, you're
Escambia
next.
County, not Tennessee.
Melissa, your time's up. Thank you. Kevin Wade, you're next, and Mary Williams, you'll be after Kevin Wade.
Kevin Wade, 413 Southeast Boblitz. I was ready for work today, but this ended up. For years, been screaming that the Children's Trust was not ready for prime time. Audits would have been very, very, very useful all along. But put it back on the ballot. Absolutely. Let the citizens go ahead and take another look at this. So far as the 75-foot, that was written into the land itself. The title of beachfront property is not a legal term that I see in county records at all. Riparian rights is completely different. The testimony that will be given will actually be affidavits. It's not just pictures or whatever else. No, it's going to be actual legal affidavits. Seeing another Tiger team pop up, great. The pencil pusher got on his jet ski and went out to Perdido Key to save a handful of people again. All right. You represent way more than a handful of people, and another 8 years or 10 years of these buildings, these meetings being derailed by a house full of angry people. No, just open up the customary use, vote on it, please, move it along. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. We appreciate your comments. Mary Williams, you're up, and Carolyn Grawley, you'll be after Mary Williams.
Good morning. Thank you all for your service. I'm here. My name is Mary C. Williams. I'm a resident of District 4 and proud resident of the Chairman Hofberger's district, and I came here not to actually address the issues, though there are many. I came here to pledge my support and appreciation for my chair and District Representative Chairperson Hofberger, because of her, since her election, I have not had to come out here and complain about the wasteful and ridiculous spending and litigation that this commission has been engaged in over the past 8 years. I am a lawyer. I'm a civil rights lawyer, election protection attorney, but my clients live in District 3, and some of them are here because of the negligence and especially the financial irresponsibility of this commission. So I do want to thank you, Commissioner Hofberger, for calling attention to the financial and the lack of economic development in this county that I have witnessed over the past 8 years. I'm going to reserve my time and complaints for another day, but I want you to know we are supporting you, we are behind you, and if they come after you, they're going to come after the rest of us, and we are plenty. We are loud. We will not be silenced anymore. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. Thank you. Carolyn Crawley, you're next, and Derek Grant, you'll be after Miss Carolyn Crawley.
Good morning, Commissioners. I get to speak with several of you many times this morning. I appreciate the work that all of you do. I know that it is very difficult to do the work that needs to be done in our community. I do also want to assure you that some of the work that needs to be done needs to be improved as well. So just even coming up here to speak today, the access to getting into this public forum needs to be improved. We have one person out front who's very competent in her job, but it doesn't make it accessible to the rest of us who may have disabilities. It doesn't make it functionally easy for any of all these people who are here to have to, one person at a time, sign in. We can't get a pen or a piece of paper to get into this meeting except for one person at a time. It's ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. Modern times, let us have access online, let us have large print, let us be able to do this more easily. That's number one. Number two, the Flex Transit app online is still not accessible, not working properly, not able to be used to get to and from where we need to go, to get where we need to be able to use what we need to use or get information properly. It's not working as it should, period. There's been no improvement in that at all. The same letters that I have asked you to make sure went out to every resident in this community about the transportation system have not gone to people. That was asked for a year ago, October. Still no corrective action for a letter to every resident that uses the disability services. Not one corrective action from this Board of Commissioners, from the transit company at all to fix that. The ADA coordinator does a fantastic job trying to keep up with all the applications that come in. That's Chiquita Stokes. And the last thing is accessibility on this beach. Beaches are for everybody. It's Florida property, not individual.
Your time is up, and we do need to keep things going. Thank you so much. Derek Grant, and then Annabella Grant.
Hi, yes. I'm Derek Grant, here to speak about Flex Transit. First, this is the first time I've ever been in a forum like this, and I just appreciate all of you sitting up here. I don't know how long this lasts, but basically from the outside, you look in, it looks like that we're just all complaining and you're just all listening to it. And I'm thinking, you know, even though it looks like a room full of people just complaining, I think about each person in here. It's probably the most important moment of their life right now is this issue they're talking about. And I appreciate you guys being here. There's not enough coffee that can make me sit up there and do what you guys are doing. But one thing does come to mind. I want to make this quick. It is about Flex Transit taking over. And I don't know how long ago you guys went to college or what music you listen to, but I just have to quote TLC, and it's "Don't go chasing waterfalls." And that's what happened. You had a good thing going with ITL, all right? And it's the difference between family and non-family. ITL was a family to us. And when your family calls, you answer. Flex doesn't answer, all right? When eventually they answer, your family makes time to take you somewhere. They don't. Schedules have been canceled and actually not put on the schedule, taken off the schedule. And last thing is, when your family needs a ride somewhere, you give them a ride, all right? Flex Transit has my daughter who's speaking next. She's disabled, and she's been left standing without a ride. So let's go back, let's stop chasing waterfalls and go back to what we're used to. Okay, that's it.
Thank you. Annabelle Grant. And then Wes, I know we had some changes coming down the pipeline, if you'll share those momentarily.
Hello, my name is Annabella Grant. I am high-functioning autistic and I have Tourette's. So for when I started working in the job force in 2021, we discovered ITL, and it was, we were like, okay, we used them, and it kind of felt like my car. It kind of, because I couldn't drive, so it totally felt like my car. And then it was great, and basically then Flex did take over, and I am a sweetheart, but I do have to say they're not the greatest. When I first had a phone call with them, when I first talked to them the first time, I was like, hey, I was scheduling, and they were just really brief and just really, just very not nice. They were kind of they kind of act like they just want to get off the phone with me, and I was like, okay. And then one time, it was, I work at Navy Federal as a cleaner, and I just got off work, and all of a sudden, I called them, and this happened many times. I called them a bunch of times, and they just do not answer. So I called them, and they sent a text message to them. They sent a text message, and I just couldn't get a hold of them. They're like, we're here, and I'm like, okay. And then after 20 minutes of waiting, they left me, and I called my dad. I was like, Bud, they left, and Dad's like, oh no. And then I finally, after 20 minutes later, I finally got a hold of them. I'm like, hey. And then they just were like, ugh. They're like, okay. They're like, do you want us to send you one? I was like, don't worry about it. So ITL, they're great. And yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you guys so much for taking your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Annabella. We appreciate you coming down and having your voice heard. Thank you so much. That does conclude we have two more. Okay, thank you. Teresa Boris? And then David Hawkins will be after Teresa.
I'm going to leave it there. To whom it may concern, I'm speaking to you on behalf of myself and others whom rely on ITL solutions and Flex Transit to be transported reliably each day. My complaint with Flex Transit is that the client must meet at the gate in any weather condition. One of the reasons we have door-to-door services is to keep us out of the elements, which the disabled and elderly should be protected from. With ITL Solutions, they provide complete, reliable door-to-door pickups and care for their clients. On another topic, ITL has something called Will Call Return. So when you call for a return trip, they send someone to you as soon as a driver gets an open window to come get you. This helps because some medical services such as labs and doctor's appointments have unexpected wait times where a will call may be needed. Flex Transit does not. I strongly support ITL Solutions, and I honestly hope that ITL Solutions and Flex Transit will resolve their issues soon. Thank you, Teresa.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it, Teresa. David Hawkins, and then Haley Morset. You'll be after David.
Good morning, Commissioners and staff. My name is David Hawkins. I live at 3481 Marcus Point Boulevard, and I own Joe Marston Son Funeral Home on the corner of De Villers and Cervantes. I'm here today just to implore you to take a look around and stop before you act. Look at what's going on with the ITL contract issue. ITL, when I came and talked to this commission, even though most of your faces weren't there then, I asked you to consider these young people and what they're trying to do in our community. Young people now more than ever need role models, and especially black role models. If you read the newspaper, you see what's going on in Atmore. It's just deplorable, the things that we're having to deal with. Our young people need to know that there is somebody out there that is positive, that can make a difference. Don't let politics enter into the decision-making of the things that you do today. Step back for a minute and just take a look at what needs to be done in our community and who's doing it. Now, these guys don't make a big fluff about what they do on the other side of the fence in the community for the volunteer time, but I personally know what they do because, unfortunately, I get called on by most of these people here all the time to donate and to commit. Just, I implore you, do the right thing. Look around you. Now more than ever, we've got to stand for our community. And when I say we, I mean all of us. We don't need to be separated now more than ever because there are devices not only in our community, but nationally that will come in and try to divide and conquer. We don't need that. We don't need that. I implore you, do the right thing. Think about it. God bless you. I appreciate the work that each of you do. I'm learning most of you now because this is a new commission, but if I can help you and you just need some input or you need to talk, I'm always available. A gentleman right there, I remember when he was a hush puppy. God bless you.
Mr. Hawkins. Mama Marie Young, Mr. Hawkins, right here.
Oh, yeah.
Right here,
Yeah.
right here.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Mama Marie Young says she needs somebody to provide some drinks and hamburgers and hot dogs.
You know, that Mama Marie Young calls you, and whatever it is, you know what I have to do. She said, now, son, don't be late, because you're always late. Show up, and this is what I need. So God bless. Thank you again.
Mr. Hawkins, I do want to thank you because, as you said, we had some challenging times, and in past years, we were able to do some of those things out of our discretion. And this past holiday, when I called on you for turkey, ham, food, and toys, you stood up in a big way. And so I want to publicly thank you for your contribution to making, as the lady said earlier, making sure that the seniors and the children were fed, and you and your business, you've clearly done that and you've demonstrated that. So I want to personally thank you.
Thank you for that. I humbly say to you, though, it's not about me or I. It's about us. What have you done lately to make our community better? Let's do it together. God bless.
Hailey, if you want to come up. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. We appreciate your comments.
Thank you, Ashley. Something we can agree on. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Hey, Pensacola. Hey, Escambia County. Okay. All right. So, I'm coming. It's a little fiery. From a perspective as a social worker, transportation can actually be life or death. It can be the difference between someone being evicted from their homes or someone having a paycheck in the next couple of weeks if they are not picked up on time, if they are not dropped off at an appointment. Appointments get rescheduled all the time. We are getting reports that people are having issues with the apps. First of all, our elderly and using an app is not something that we need to be relying on in the first place completely, right? So, one, all of this backtracks to the fact that we have a political vendetta that is standing in the way of community members getting what they need. And this is my umpteenth time being able to come up here and say that, right? Like, we have to be very clear. This feels like, and actually is, an attack on community members who want nothing to do but to just live their lives, get to their appointments on time. And because these people who in fact are giving a well service that is 5-star rated excellence are connected to the wrong political leaders, they are being attacked. And it is not affecting just them, it is affecting our community members. So I implore you all to please do right. Do not try to remake the wheel. If it's not broke, don't try to fix it. Let's do the right thing by ITL. Let's actually look into this. And let's show up and put people first. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your comments. That is all of our speakers, so we're going to adjourn the public forum section. And then, do you guys need a break, or can we move right into the meeting? Let's take a 5-minute break, and then we will come back at 9:35.
squeeze that in? You did have the other one? What's that? You did get the last one?
Yeah, you can look at it. You want to make sure it's the right one.
How you doing?
This mic works?
Yes.
Okay. And if we use these, they said make sure that we're in, it's very directional. That's probably a lot more friendly.
If I could have all the commissioners return to the dais. If all the commissioners could return to the dais.
For the proclamation, it's actually going to be Chief Harrison.
Okay. Okay, perfect. All righty, we're still missing 3. If I can have all the commissioners return to the podium, please, or the dais. Steve, Mike. All right. This meeting is officially called to order. Thank you so much for attending the Board of County Commissioners meeting. Please turn your cell phone to the vibrate silence of offsetting. The Board of County Commissioners allows any person to speak regarding an item on the agenda. The speaker is limited to 3 minutes unless otherwise determined by the chairperson to allow sufficient time for all speakers. Members of the public who would like to present a visual aid when speaking must submit all materials at least 24 hours prior to the meeting via email at submissions@myescambia.com. If you are signed up to speak today and have not already submitted your visual aids, please see a county staff member in the lobby for assistance. Please note that same-day submissions will be determined on a case-by-case basis at the discretion of the BCC chair. Speakers shall refrain from abusive or profane remarks, disruptive outbursts, protests, or other conduct which interferes with the orderly conduct of the meeting. Upon completion of the public comment period, discussion is limited to board members and questions raised by the board. Thank you so much. For today's invocation, we have Dr. Much from Pensacola Christian College. Dr. Much, thank you so much for being here today and leading our invocation.
Commissioners, thank you for your faithful service. It's my privilege to lead us in the invocation this morning. Please join me as we pray. Father in heaven, we've entered the chamber this morning with our devices. Lord, we're thankful for the ability they give us to hit a button and to communicate with people all around the world in an instant. But we thank you most of all that we do not need any of those devices to talk to you. So, Lord, as we begin this session that will be full of deliberations in which there will be the inward look and the outward look, we pause briefly to take the upward look. You've told us in your word that we are to pray for kings, for those in authority. And so it's my privilege today, on this Friday morning, to come to the throne of grace, praying for these men and women who serve faithfully as county commissioners in Escambia County. I pray, first of all, that you will give them great wisdom. Lord, I pray that they will look to you for your direction, knowing that you've said that except the Lord build the house, they labor in vain that build it. I pray that you will give them great encouragement. Lord, I pray that they will, in the midst of challenge, in the midst of emotions that run rampant, in the midst of fatigue, I pray that you will encourage them to realize that, yes, they're in these seats at the choice of the electorate. But Father, far more than that, they are there in these seats this morning because you have ordained that they sit in those seats, because you've told us that government is ordained of you. So you've told us to pray for these men and women that we might live quiet and peaceable lives. Direct them in their deliberations today that your will be accomplished, and we'll thank you for it. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much, Dr. Mudge. Commissioner Berry, would you lead us in the pledge, please?
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to our flag
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Do we have any items to be added to the agenda? Commissioner Kohler? Commissioner Berry? Commissioner Ray?
None.
Commissioner Strohberger?
No, ma'am.
I don't have any either. Do we have a motion for the adoption of the?
Second.
All in favor? Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Commissioners Forum, Commissioner Kohler, if you'll start us off.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. And I got just a few things I'd like to highlight this morning. First thing, last weekend we had, well, really nice night with all the MLK stuff. Prayer breakfast, probably the longest prayer breakfast I was at, but it was good. And then the Motown was nice, and then the parade, and I thought it was very good. And then yesterday, a few of us were at this thing called the National Montfort Point Marine Association, and it was basically to honor a man that served in the Marines. His name was Private Thomas Martin, and it reflected back to when Marines were segregated and sent to a different place from Beaufort to Jacksonville, North Carolina to do their training. The family got this Congressional Medal of Honor, which is very moving, and I just want to say I think that was a great thing for our community. I want to talk a little bit for a second about legislative days and one of the things that Eric brought up, what are we doing? If you want to know why travel matters, go to the FAC and look up all the legislative action plans that go through. Okay, I'm on 5 committees. I could rattle off all 40 things that are going for the legislation. But the bottom line is we have 2 representatives and 1 senator. You have to work with other commissioners across the state to get legislation that will help us. One of the best examples is the derelict vessel is moving forward, affects the whole state. It's very good. The other one, when you walk out of here and look at the flag, when Commissioner Berry was here, he worked with Robert Turpin. You wouldn't have the Oriskany here if we didn't do that. So we were in competition with Jacksonville, we were in competition with Pinellas, and we got that thanks to Robert Turpin and Bill Dixon at the time. And that's brought in hundreds of thousands of dollars and multiple divers to our community that has affected our income. So if you ever wonder why it matters, that's why it matters, because we have to change policy that way. Let's talk a little bit more about federal VA. So the secretaries briefed the commissioners that were there. One of the things I think was highlighting, and I'll push for this down the road, is Collier's getting a Florida VA Center county. Marion County's on deck. And then the next one is going to be in the Panhandle. I want to fight for it to be in Escambia County. And so next year I will definitely be lobbying for that on our legislative agenda, and hopefully we will be able to get that. But it won't be anytime soon, it'll be down the road. And then the last thing I want to do, the hottest topic literally in legislative days was property taxes. We all know what a hit and run is, but this is a run and hit. They're going to run something up, depending on what it is, and then we're going to have to tell you how we're going to hit you with the reduction in services. And I don't know how bad it's going to be, but there's going to be something. It looks like the $100,000 of property taxes could be there for the 32% of our folks that have homestead. That'd be about $73 million we'd have to figure out. That's going to be a huge lift. So if this gets on the ballot, and I just challenge everyone to go to Keep Florida Thriving, talk about how they're going to supplement this money. Because there's nothing out there. You will be voting to reduce services in your county. I can't make it any clearer. This board will have to do that. It's not going to be the state legislature. They're going to take the win by putting it out there, and then we're going to have to do the work and clean it up. So you're voting for animal services, you're voting for the jail, you're voting for parks, all those things. So it's starting to unravel in some aspects, but I think they're going to put something on there. So I think it's important that you know where we're at. And they're fighting really hard for that. As far as the FAC in their committee. And as I said the last time, there is not one county or municipality that will openly come out and say they support this in the state of Florida. So I've asked FAC, I've asked Davin Goods. I can't get anyone on record to say from the municipality or county that they support getting rid of this. So we just need to talk the talk. The last thing I want to do, I want to commend my aide, Dorothy Berry. Dorothy, you didn't know I was going to say this. But last year in the state of Florida for county employees, there were 6 people that completed their GC training. And Dorothy has completed hers, and she'll get awarded in June in Orlando, and I'm very proud of her for that. So thank you, Dorothy. Yeah.
Mike, Steve, before you go, and just so we can have this conversation, Mike, there are 2 bills in the House. I mean, the Senate has not heard a bill, but I mean, the 2 proposals now would be a 10-year implementation. I mean, I guess, you know, within the first 3 years, we'd have the most direct impact, but I think those are the 2 proposals that I had discussion with in Tallahassee that's on the table right now without a companion bill in the Senate, correct?
There's 2 bills. The one bill is the pro-Alabama and anti-military bill that we have transit. That's what I'm going to call it, because the property taxes go up to 9 cents. And then Republicans have always fought against inheritance tax, but then you get a 5% impact fee when you sell your house. So it doesn't help people that don't have a home now or elderly. It helps me. I'm 56 years old. I ain't planning on moving. It looks real good for me, but it's not good for us because we live next to Alabama, and a lot of people move over there to buy big items. The other one that looks like it's getting more traction is the homestead exemption, which basically takes out $100,000 a year up to the first 10 years, which would be over $10 billion. The first year's around $3 billion across the state, and we don't get any supplemental funding. So that's where the problem is. So yes, there's 8 actual bills, but those are the 2 that are
yeah. I
moving
mean,
forward.
I think it was 9, but I guess maybe down to 8 or 9, however many bills. But I think that we should have this discussion on this dais, particularly with our lobbyists. The consumer tax on the sales tax directly affects poor people. I mean, with the cost of groceries going up and the cost of goods going up, and there's a consideration of increasing sales tax, I mean, that could devastate a community, particularly low-income and disadvantaged communities, if we are not very vigilant about not raising our local sales tax on our citizens. I mean, that's whether they're buying a car or whether they're buying, groceries or goods or clothes. I mean, that's going to have a direct impact on the citizens, particularly, citizens who are making $12, $14, $15 an hour.
Well, and I'll share this since you brought up. Look at real estate. We have 26 military bases in the state of Florida. All those people are transit communities that come here 3 to 4 years. If you had to pay a 5% impact fee back to the state after your 4 years, you're going to rent your house. Yep. And so that will end up being a quality of life issue that could affect even some of the income coming into the state. That hasn't been thought out. There's a lot of things that we need to discuss on this and see where we go. But the discussion's heated. It's good. I don't think anything's going to happen quick, but all good points.
Well, I mean, it certainly could happen by November. I mean, it's going to be on the ballot by November. I mean, it's not going to be on
the other
August,
thing
but
that
it'll
you
be there by
said
November.
that's very important, Commissioner May, is affordability. Everyone talks about affordability, but if you're a couple or a single person that's trying to save to buy a house, and the taxes go up to 10 cents, and we get about $60 million in the lost tax. We'll probably never get that through again. So that $60 million would be additional that we'd have to figure out where we would make up on that, and just on public services. So We need our legislatures to explain how we're going to make that up without us coming to you and putting on ad valorem and fees or having to create the millage or cutting drastically services. So I'm going to keep talking about this. I'm on the board. It's a very serious issue for every county in the state of Florida.
And the reason I mention that, Commissioner Kohler, because as a board, we should have a united front, particularly with our lobbyists. I mean, there's been conversation on this side about rolling back the millage rate, eliminating certain taxes, but at the same time, we're taking away exemptions and those type of things, and we're talking about increasing things like sales tax and consumer tax and implementing other type taxes. Individually, we all have our own personal biases or what we believe, but at some point, there should be a unified front or a unified conversation or collaboration between this board of what we want to support, because it's not a matter of if it goes on the ballot. It's going on the ballot. It's all how we react to it. I mean, the elimination of property taxes or the reduction of property taxes, by far, every legislator that I've talked to, it's going on the ballot in some form or some fashion. So, I mean, we should be prepared for that and not wait till budget year October 1 and give this devastating impact to the citizens, whether it's reducing services or eliminating things. We need to start preparing for it now, and I think that other counties are having that conversation, preparing for the worst and expecting the best. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. First, I want to congratulate the Tate cheerleaders. They came in second in the state competition last week and are headed to nationals, as well as Northview FFA. They prevailed in a recent competition, in a regional competition. Wes, I want to, thank you and Joy and Jamie. They're resurfacing Kingsfield Road right now. It's a pretty big project all the way west, starting at 29 and working its way west. Probably a little bit inconvenient for those of us taking kids to school in the morning at Tate or Ransom or Kingsfield Elementary, but it's a needed project and they're making progress. Also want to recognize, Ascend Manufacturing in Cantonment, where old Chemstrand and new Chemstrand intersect, a very large chemical manufacturing plant. They have a nonprofit that's made up of employees that employees individually support with their own, with some of their wages as well as some company money, but it's called Ascend Cares. They recently completed a large project at the Roy Hyatt Environmental Center, which is on school district-owned property, but it's in District 5, just north of Ransom and Kingsfield, Ransom Middle and Kingsfield Elementary. But they installed a huge xylophone, a human-sized bamboo wind chime, and a natural wood binocular station that are just some added amenities to that center that sees a lot of young people on field trips. I think they have kids out there 3 or 4 days a week at least from different public schools here, as well as private schools. And if you have young people that haven't had an opportunity to be out there, it's a fun trip. So hopefully you can go. Thank you.
First, I want to thank the MLK Commemoration Committee that we had an opportunity to be the Grand Marshal. It was fun. It was good seeing Commissioner Stroberg and Commissioner Kohler throughout this weekend. A lot of great events. I had the opportunity to honor Jeremy Reeves, NFL star, who received the Living the Dream Award through the Motown, and it's great when you have young people. I think Emmett Smith was in town this past week, and Derek Brooks over the holidays, and Jeremy Reeves and Doug Ball, and all those are young people who just bring a lot of attention and a lot of goodwill toward Escambia County, and I'm just happy to either have played with each of them or coached each of them, and they continue to come and give back. Certainly want to give a shout out to one of our celebrities who went on to do great things, Jayla Roberts. Jayla is here, and many of her remember her from being a standout superstar for the Washington Wildcats state championship basketball team. So it's always great when young people come back in. I'm sure you could have found something better to do on a Friday than to sit in this meeting, but we're glad that you're interested in politics. Also want to thank our road department as well as our human services for helping each of us throughout the parade. We know that it was a new route this year that we had to take, and so attendance probably was not what it was desired, but we think that as things go and next year it'll be better attendance to all of those. Finally, we certainly want to recognize H.K. Matthews family, Georgia Blackman family, John Powell, Reverend John Powell, many of these civil rights icons who lost their life in the last 12 to 24 months were recognized at the MLK event and the prayer breakfast. Mike, you're absolutely right. It turned from breakfast to brunch and ended up at lunch. So it was but that's what happens in yeah, it happens sometimes in the Baptist church, man. We stay there all day. But to all those who recognize the legacy of Dr. King and how important it is to have unity in the community and how important it is to do celebration that honors people from all walks of life. We certainly appreciate that. Ms. Morissette, thank you and Sunshine Moore for the things that you guys did after the parade. It was a great time for our community from people from all walks of life. So again, happy MLK. We are going into Black History Month and Women's History Month, and so all of those pioneers and those freedom fighters and those people who stood for justice, we congratulate them, and those who are currently doing it, keep doing what you're doing. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Chair.
My turn. Okay, I want to start out by saying that I went to, a couple of weeks ago, I went to Orlando for the Republican Party of Florida's annual meeting. It's not a county trip, so no county funds. The Florida CFO was there and spoke, Blaze, and he said they've found $1.7 million in waste already. And they expect to find about $8 million in waste between the municipalities and the county by the end of the year. So we're going to get ahead of that. We're going to find our own waste, if there is any. I'm not saying there is. And then it was a few days ago, he put out this press release that said that Blaze announced that his legislative proposal to fight back against illegal immigration has been filed by Senator Jonathan Martin as Senate Bill 1380 and by Representative Bernie, I guess it's Jacques, as House Bill 1307. There's several things in here. I suggest you look it up. I think it's a great law. It has things like commercial driver's licenses that go to illegals. I think it's the insurance companies will have to cover all the costs if they're ever involved in an accident, things like that. They're all good. It forces illegal immigrants, that's what it is, it forces immigrants, insurance companies to accept fault if an illegal immigrant is involved in a car accident in Florida, so not just truck drivers. ICE detainee charges. Let's go and look at that. We'll see who we got. We got about 22 in our jail right now. And here's some of the charges. Aggravated assault with a weapon, battery, hit and run, aggravated assault with a weapon, damaged property, criminal mischief, larceny, homicide, firing a weapon in a residential property or in the public, drug trafficking, DUI, under the influence of alcohol or drugs, possession of counterfeit license plates, drug possession, simple assault, burglary with tools in possession with the intent to use, larceny, loitering, DUI, bad guys. The good news is, nationwide, I heard this weekend, violent crime is down significantly. I don't know what that word means, significantly. I know what the word means. I don't know what the number is, but it's down significantly, and that's good news. Thank you.
Good morning. I want to start this meeting by saying thank you to our community. Thank you for trusting us to represent you and to make the best decisions we can with the information that we are provided. Thank you for trusting us to advocate for you and for allowing us to shape the community that we all call home. Last meeting, I said we have the unique opportunity to make Escambia County one of the safest counties in the state of Florida. Today, we have an agenda packed full of investments to make our home a safer place. Before each meeting, I sit down with Allison and Wes and we go over the agenda. We go over items that I have questions on, and I mark the items that I believe make the biggest impact in our community. I want to share some of those highlights with you today as we get this meeting started. We are moving forward with over $500,000 in grant funding for artificial reefs that will promote a healthy Gulf and vibrant ecosystem for our fishing community. Thank you, Chips Kirschenfeld, for heading that up. We are transitioning to a more modern and hands-on position, creating the position within EMS for Emergency Medical Services Chief Medical Officer. This will directly impact the pre-hospital care and the acquisition and retention of talent within EMS. We are voting to move forward with the design criteria and the professional services for the Kingsfield Road Fire Station. Thank you to Rob Hogan and everyone who has worked so hard on this project. Lastly, last week, our sheriff sent an email to all the commissioners about needed infrastructure and upgrades on our radio system. This week on the agenda is an ask for a letter of support to submit for a Triumph grant to provide not only funding for the radio system, but also adding additional features to our next-gen 911 system that was rolled out earlier this week, which, if approved, this grant could bring in $15 million in grant funding to our community. So again, thank you to our community for trusting us, and thank you for allowing this board to work so diligently for you. I want to pass it to Wes for the County Administrators Forum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's good to be here today. I want to highlight just a few things. Our Animal Services Department had a great December. We saw more adoptions coming out of Animal Services than we've seen in years. So good work going on over there. They always work hard over there. I met with our IT folks yesterday. They've been knocking it out of the park as well. We have several initiatives. Commissioner Berry, we will be able to run debit cards and credit cards at the Millennial Library, and we'll we'll press that. Please tell me it works when you go over there. But
So, speaking of, I had a fine and was able to pay it on Saturday via credit card. So,
perfect.
I forgot to mention that when we spoke a few times this week, but it did work. Now, they did mention to me that the whole system, it had only been in place a few days and it was about to be overhauled, but.
Yeah, well, you know, that's what we do. But
yeah.
But no, that's fantastic, and we'll be pushing that out to the other libraries as well. I appreciate Crystal, John Navarro, IT, and the library staff, everybody that was involved in that initiative, and it continues to be involved in that initiative. Jamie, I see Jamie back there. I call Jamie about every morning, hey, what's going on? But one thing Jamie always says, hey, we're locked and loaded, we're ready to go. So we got some weather coming in this weekend. We didn't know what the cold weather was going to look like. Looks like it's not going to get here till late Sunday afternoon. But he goes, we're ready. We got the trucks ready. We got the staff, personnel ready, and we're ready to go. Travis in Scotland, I've been on the phone with them quite a bit this week, tracking the weather. They do a fantastic job there at emergency management. Travis in Scotland, I appreciate you guys so much. I'm gonna speak to ECAT a little bit this morning. We've had a lot of demands. ECAT has transferred folks to the cold weather shelters. We've been asked to do that. They've done that successfully and repeatedly. The other morning, the city had a fire at one of their nursing homes. We were tapped on the shoulder to transport some of those residents out of that nursing home into a different facility. We were happy to respond, and we did that happily and successfully. The other morning, we had one of our dialysis facilities contact us, said, hey, we have some riders that have been dropped off in the cold. We can't open for an hour. Can y'all help us out? And we sent a bus, a large vehicle over there for those folks to get on the bus, and we're able to stay warm until the facility could open. So I appreciate ECAT and Thaddeus and his group. They're there at 2 a.m. in the morning. They work around the clock almost. And, the employees of ECAT, I just want to say how much I appreciate them. We've been handed some services in a very short time frame. They've responded. They've put a system in place. We're working to continue to put it in place. We're putting a new phone bank system over there. Call system should be live by Monday afternoon. John, I appreciate that, and all the folks at IT that worked on that. But it's just been a good response from the employees. They haven't complained about it. They've taken it on, and they're doing a good work, and we're going to continue to do good work over there, and we're going to continue to improve and get better. With that, I'll leave it there, and let's have a good meeting.
I also want to say happy birthday, Wes.
Thank you.
So, happy birthday.
There's nothing. Delana, hold your ears. It's better than being in Disney World on your birthday, just being in the board meeting, all right?
Yes, sir. Commissioner Ray.
Yeah, happy birthday, Wes. Actually, I do, I've been in contact with the mayor in relations to Cobb Center, and he's assured me that the seniors at Cobb are going to be fed, and he's taking care of it. So just want to put that clarification in that I've been in contact with the mayor, and that those seniors at Cobb will be taken care of.
Thank you. I think Ms. Rose has left, but Ms. Mary, I think you had her contact information. Can you let her know? Thank you. Commissioner Stroberger?
Yeah, I just wanted to back up to what Commissioner Kohler was talking about property taxes. I want to make sure everybody understands I feel exactly like he does about it. Property tax, like I've said this before, and you've probably heard it from other people here, it's a wealth tax. So don't get romanced by thinking I'm not going to have to pay property taxes anymore. You're going to have to go to Tallahassee for public forum and stuff to talk about getting roads paved and stuff like that. Now they're going to take care of all the safety stuff as they should, but I've heard scuttlebutt in the range of 11 to 15% for our taxes. I'm sorry, for our sale tax. So that's going to impact the least fortunate of all of us. It will. So it's going to also affect tourism, and anytime you buy something high end, you know, a truck, any car, furniture, anything, it's going to affect us big time. Thank you.
Madam Chair, have we taken a position as a board on what we support and what we don't support in terms of the property tax reform, or could that be a discussion, I guess, at the next meeting before it gets to a vote?
Would you like to add it
because
to the agenda?
I think individually we are all talking to lobbyists and to senators and to representatives, and I don't know if we're, you know, because we can't talk. I mean, individually we're talking, and I want to make sure that I'm not saying something completely different from the direction in which this board is going.
Would you all like to add that to the next agenda? Is that something we're comfortable with?
I mean, I think everyone knows where I'm at on it. I've been pretty clear, but yes.
I think none of us want property tax, but I mean, there's different ways in which it's going to be presented. I mean, you know, whether it's a 10-year implementation of elimination of homestead, or whether it's, you know, increasing sale tax. I mean, we should have at least a unified position as it represents Escambia County, and not necessarily Commissioner Kohler's position or Commissioner May's position. I mean, it should be Escambia County's position.
Should we maybe make this our April CAL and see if our lobbyists can come and explain the different items that are available? Is that an option, Allison?
It is an option, but it's a little, I mean,
Is that too late?
the board's going to, no, it maybe not be, because what the rumor I'm hearing is that it's starting to have some push and pull, and they may have to do a special session. So they may, in March 13th, if they go into special session on property taxes, that may be pushed out till June. So that may be a good option, but I don't
It's without
know.
a doubt it's going to go into a special session, Mike. I mean, they're not going to pass that in the regular session.
Well, that's
I mean,
what
there's too
they're
many
saying.
versions.
So, but yes, I think that April will be fine, Madam Chair.
Okay, so let's add that as our April CAL meeting and see if we can get our lobbyists here to explain what's going on. Okay, let's move right to proclamations. Do I have a motion to adopt and ratify the proclamations listed on the agenda?
So moved.
All in favor? Motion passes. Thank you. And we have one proclamation to be read today. Chief Harrison's going to read from Mark Butler's retirement.
Thanks, Andy. Escambia County Proclamation. Whereas Charles Mark Butler has served Escambia County, Florida, as a volunteer with the Escambia County Board of County Commissioners very faithfully for 30 years, retiring as an Assistant District Chief, Fire Rescue Division, Public Safety Department. Whereas Mark has accepted as a member on September 21st, 1995, one day following his 18th birthday, with the Molino Volunteer Fire Department. During his 30 years of service to the citizens of Escambia County, he continually went above and beyond as an active member. Mark promoted up the ranks throughout the years of service. His talent and dedication were recognized with a promotion to the rank of Assistant District Chief in February of 2021. Whereas Mark has firmly established himself as a junior firefighter prior to being promoted to a firefighter. Mark quickly became the go-to person as a junior firefighter and continued his tradition throughout his years of service. Whereas Mark has volunteered hundreds of hours working tirelessly during multiple emergency activations, including mutual aids, hurricanes, tornadoes, ice and storms, floods, COVID-19 pandemic, and numerous other local disasters affecting the citizens of Escambia County. Whereas Mark has earned numerous accolades throughout his tenure from his supervisors, peers, colleagues, and untiring work ethic, professionalism, and unwavering commitment to his public service for the citizens of Escambia County. Now, whereas it will be proclamated that the Board of County Commissioners, on behalf of the citizens of Escambia County and fellow employees, commands and congratulates Mark Butler on his retirement. Be it further proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners of the Escambia County Board, Florida, expresses in appreciation to Mark Butler for 30 years of faithful and dedicated services to the citizens of Escambia County. Board of County Commissioners, Escambia County, Florida, Ashley Hoffberger, Chair, District 4, Stephen Stroberger, Vice Chair, District 1, Michael Kohler, District 2, Lumen May, District 3, and Stephen Berry, District 5. Congratulations, Mark. Thank you for your service. Family, bring your family up here. Bring your family.
Madam Chair, if you don't mind. Mark, I want to specifically thank you for your advocacy over the years for some issues in Molino, and Lumen may remember this, and I believe Allison and Wes would, but there was quite a bit of work done several years ago in the landing in Otto Hill to aid in the accessibility to be able to get fire rescue and those kind of things onto the Perdido River with the boat ramp. I know Wes physically walked out there with me once or twice down to the river, and I believe Allison had to work with DEP or FWC to get permission to be able to get on the property. But those that effort and that eventual successful outcome was the product of Mark's advocacy and really, bringing to my attention an issue that I wasn't aware of, because there are just a lot of things that board members don't know in the day-to-day business of the employees that are trying to do the public's work. So I want to thank you for that, Mark, and that those improvements wouldn't have happened without your work. So thank you.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for that recognition. Did the clerk's office receive the proofs of publication for the public hearings on the agenda and the board's weekly meeting schedule?
Madam Chair, the clerk's office has received all proofs.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do we have a second? All in favor? Wonderful. Madam Clerk, or motion passes. Thank you. Madam Clerk, the clerk and comptroller's report, please.
Sure. We have 3 items on the consent agenda. The first one is the TDT collection report. These will be stays in November. It was a nice, almost 2% increase. The second is documents and filings. The third is minutes and reports. Thank you, ma'am.
Move the clerk's report.
Do I have a second? All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Horace, the growth management report, please.
Yes, ma'am, we have to review and adopt Article 7 relating to certified recovery, resilience, and reasonable accommodation procedures to review and adopt.
Do we have any speakers?
No, sir, not on this item.
Move the 9:15.
All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Horace. We appreciate it. Wes, the county attorney's report, please. Or, I'm sorry, the county administrator's report.
Madam Chair, we're going to move the base center discussion up.
To the beginning? Yes, sir. I think that's good.
Okay.
Okay. Are we all okay with moving the base center to the beginning?
Do you want to go ahead and move the technical and public service consent? I wouldn't think we had any speakers.
We have 7 speakers on CAR 1-5.
Never mind. Okay.
Okay. Wonderful. We're going to move it to the base center presentation. Thank you. We do have speakers. Do we want to hear the speakers first, Michael, in case they have questions you can address it, or?
It's completely up to you.
Yes, we're going to do that first.
A question. I know we're getting this presentation, and the city was doing a study as well. Have we had any communication with them, the status of where they are on their survey?
Yes, so I talked to a city council member this morning. They should be receiving the report from their study by March. They did request that after this meeting, we consider having a joint meeting with them as well. So if that's something the board's interested on, we can work with the city on available dates.
Madam Chair, I heard the same thing, and I talked to the mayor at the MLK Parade, and he said he would like to do it after we could review the report, so maybe second meeting in March, I don't know. That's what I was asked. I mean,
March or April?
either way,
yeah.
it doesn't matter, but I know he asked me if we could do it after the report was.
I'll reach out to the mayor's office and get some dates, and then
Okay.
work with Allison to run those by everyone here, make sure that we're all available. Charles Johnson, you wanted to speak about the Bay Center, and then Darren Schaefer will be speaking, and then Melissa Pino.
Good morning. Thank you, gentlemen, for allowing us to speak on the Bay Center. I've already seen the pictures. I've already seen the layout. Spend the money. Spend it right down to the penny. Don't hesitate. This is an opportunity to have a world-class arena and convention center in Pensacola. Now, the layout is a little off, in my opinion. We don't need another Holiday Inn Express. We don't need another Fairfield Inn in downtown Pensacola. Dump the hotel. Slide the convention center over towards 9th Avenue. Move the little building in between it, and I'll tell you about that in a minute. And find an investor for the Pensacola Grand. It feels like Red Roof Inn is not worthy to have Marriott on its name. This is an opportunity that Pensacola is moving forward. Pensacola now, the future is so bright, it's got to wear shades. The little building in the middle, just picture people walking in, and they're taking the escalator up to the concourse level of the Bay Center, and they get the fan experience with photographs and memorabilia from sports icons of Pensacola, and all the entertainers that's performed at the Bay Center. From Alabama to Van Halen has performed there. And people can see all this. It's a piece of Pensacola history now, and it should be treated that way. With the new layout at the end of the thing, where the convention center is, that's your 3-story, 1,000 space parking garage. That's going to be needed. Pensacola is on the verge of being in the class of New Orleans or Jacksonville. And I've traveled to Tampa, Florida. And we have a chance to really put Pensacola on the map. If it's not already there, it will be there. We get people from all over the world to come to visit Pensacola, and here's our world-class arena and convention center that's been needed for the past 30 years. I would love to see the first convention in there, travel and tourism. And if it's ready to go in 2029, I'm hoping Janet Jackson goes on tour. She
Thank you, Charles. We appreciate it.
Janet.
I think a lot of us would want to see that
Janet
concert
Jackson
as well.
Janet Jackson
She's been there, Charles,
actually
you know
sold
that.
the place
All right.
out.
Thank you, Charles. Darren Schaefer, you're up next.
Thank you.
I just want to see Yanni one more time. Janet Jackson was there before, and Michael Jackson, yeah.
Good morning, everyone. Darren Schaefer with Visit Pensacola. I'm here today just to share a few thoughts on this new study. It's no secret, Visit Pensacola has been an advocate of a conference center ever since I've been here. It's been part of the strategic plan We feel it is a priority and an essential addition to our destination for it to move forward and grow. We're really looking forward to the outcome of this plan, but I will have to say that in seeing it, I think it falls short on the highest and best use of this space that'll benefit the most residents of Escambia County. The event center space is great, multifunctional, it's a great design, but by no means are we building a conference center. I don't want anybody to think that the outcome of this plan is a conference center. It will not be something that is competitive with what they're doing in Mobile or compete with our peers over in Sandestin or really any other actual conference center. Now, I am a big advocate of sports. I used to run a sports authority in another destination. I'm originally from Wisconsin. I know all about ice sports. I ran 4 sheets of ice. We did figure skating, hockey, speed skating, and it's great. It can be a great piece of business. However, the location and spending $30 million on a sheet of practice ice is hard to justify in that location. I'm all for exploring other locations. They're looking at putting a sheet of ice in Pace and get behind that. But what we do need is a real ballroom and breakout space that in addition to the 55,000 square feet of event space, now you do have a conference center, something that as a community we can actually be very proud of, because the event center by itself and taking 1/3 and putting some carpet down doesn't make it a ballroom, doesn't make it a conference center, and doesn't put us in a competitive position. It would be something that would be difficult to sell if we brought meeting planners from Atlanta down and show them that. I don't think we'll be booking a lot of business. And we're more than happy to talk about what we do and how we do it, and the sales and the meeting planners that we've spoken with. And we're excited to do that because we met with the consultant team in some group discussions, and the promise is that we're going to follow up with you guys. Well, they never followed up with us, and I talked to some of my peers that were in that room, never followed up with them either. So I'm surprised and a little disappointed that this is where we're at right now, but not even having any other options. This seems like we have this one option, and the other option of really doing a conference center wasn't even presented to the Board of County Commissioners. And I'm always happy to answer questions at any time.
Commissioner May.
So, Darren, you don't think that we could have a multi-sports arena where we could host volleyball and basketball tournaments and cheer competitions, as well as figuring out how we can help you with meeting space to host conferences? I mean, how do we work that in? I mean, we hadn't even heard the presentation, but I mean, obviously, I saw Ray Palmer. Ray Palmer and I have been probably preaching a sports arena for 20 years, and Ray had to retire first to even get it off first base. I mean, so, and I'm probably will never see it happen. So, the convention center and a sports arena, I mean, how does that work together in your mind? Because whatever we build, you have to go market it. We're not going to market it. You have to go out and market it.
So that what's called the event space, that 55,000 square feet of space, and in the plan it shows some different ways it can be used, from basketball and volleyball to expo space to trade shows to bringing in pickleball, I think was one of the concepts. That's great, and we're full support of that. But that by itself is not going to be marketable as a conference center and bringing meetings and conferences in. But instead of spending $30 million on a sheet of practice ice, in that exact same location, ballroom, a proper ballroom and breakout space would give us an actual conference center that as a destination we can be proud of. We deserve that as a community. I mean, again, in addition to indoor sports space, the conversations about having conference centers has been going on for, 25 years? Out at the beach, downtown, previous concepts that have failed to be realized. So I think that event space is right on point, but the addition to that has to be real ballroom and breakout space to make us competitive, that we can bring regional, national conferences to the area.
Does the convention center make sense if we don't have a hotel or restaurant? I mean,
it would be less desirable. Ideally, you want a hotel that's attached to that conference center. And if you have a new hotel and we make progress with the Grand Hotel and have that up and operational, then we are in a very good position as far as a meeting planner goes. Plus all the support hotels that are going up. I mean, right now we have 5 hotels in downtown Pensacola under development, some under construction, some the very near end of that planning. 5 properties. And I can tell you, if you talk to every single one of them, what they think will help create demand, the demand we need, it's not going to be a sheet of practice ice. That is not what they're going to say. Youth sports are fantastic, and they're a great piece of business. It's a lot of times very resistant to any economic swings. We also can't put all our eggs in one basket. Meetings and conferences is a market segment that we know that we can capitalize because I got a sales team, and I got some of them here in the room. They're out talking to meeting planners, every week. And we book what we can. We fill the space that's available, but it's a lot of small, very cool, very interesting meeting space. But when it comes to over 500 people, we can't do that. And there's lots of opportunities, things that we can bring, business people in our own community that would love to bring a conference here. Some of our biggest corporate companies have talked about that. I mean, the military, we have a great hospital complex. I think what's really successful about Pensacola as a community, as a destination, is we really have a diversity of an economy because there is tourism and there is the military and there's business and the hospitals and the colleges. We have a great airport and the interstate and a port. Not a lot of communities have that combination, but we are certainly not taking advantage of the meeting and conference market segment. And not only the things that we can bring in, but allow local businesses, service clubs, organizations, and events that can grow too. Otherwise, we're at risk of losing some of those.
So, and Darren, final question, because I know we got to move on. So if you're talking to your marketing team or your sales team, is there more of a demand for a corporate convention center for events like Florida Association County, or is there more of a demand for sporting events? I mean, which one? I mean, I know we said we need them all, but which one gives the greatest ROI?
I think there's demand for both. I mean, we've handled ourselves some sports events. Most of the time, of course, Pensacola Sports takes the lead on that, and we support them on a number of events. But our goal is not to step on the toes of Pensacola Sports. So our focus is meetings and conferences and talking to those decision makers. There's always a little bit of overlap, but Pensacola Sports does a great job in their own right. So we try to stay in our lanes in that regard.
So is there some measurable data that tells us how many people have tried to book for sporting events versus convention? Do we keep up with that, saying we would have been able to bring this corporate event had we had the space? I mean, do we have some
have our turn down report
data?
Yeah, so we know on meetings and conferences, we keep a turn down report of all the conferences that were interested, that we were able to bid on, but we couldn't because we didn't have the space. And I mean, believe me, we do a very good job of working with Innisfree hotels out on the beach to try to squeeze some pretty large groups out at the Hilton and the Holiday Inn. And we're working with the airport right now to bring in a regional conference that originally said, well, it'll be about 400 people, which we can accommodate. But when we did the pitch, that conference had already grown to 550, and they expected it could go bigger. When they come here, they're not going to be able to be that big because we just can't accommodate that. But there's a lot of opportunities for us, and we have a distinct selling advantage over some of our peers because we're a more complete destination.
Thanks, and before we make final decision, I'd be thankful if you'd share that information so we can look at the supply and demand. If you could get that would be great.
Absolutely.
And I do have a few questions. When you say we had conferences called us and we bid on that, is that similar to like the county putting out an RFP? These conferences are putting out an RFP?
Yes.
Were they interested in us specifically, or we were just bidding on that contract?
We get a number of things. So at times we'll have a meeting planner send us an RFP that they're sending to other destinations, and then we bid against it. We specifically go to trade shows to reach out to meeting planners and build these working relationships. We're now involved within the state of Florida with Meeting Planners International and the Florida Society of Association Executives, where we're bringing in even meeting planners and fam trips to see the destination, see our facilities, which, you know, really hadn't been done much in the past. So it is a combination, but we are directly pursuing folks, and then they're coming back with RFPs. So we're not just going to shows and don't have anything to show for it. We're coming back with proposals that we're following up and booking business.
Perfect. And then to Commissioner May's point, is there a study or some data that shows the profitability and the usage of maybe the sports space and the multi-use space versus if we were to have traditional conference space with the ballrooms?
Yeah, I'm sure that we can pull some data for that. And again, we're excited about the 55,000 square foot event space. That's important, because if you're doing a meeting or conference, a lot of times there is a trade show or exhibit space that's needed, and that can serve that capacity. But what's great is it's being designed to accommodate a lot more than that and have a sports surface so you can play basketball or volleyball. So those two things can certainly live together. But as a conference space, and when you take a third of it and put down some carpet and call that a ballroom or call that a conference center, it's just not. But you take $30 million and that space that's allocated for practice ice and put a ballroom and breakout space, you have a hotel there with additional function space, you have a serious facility that can accommodate a lot of groups.
Wonderful. Any other questions from the board? Perfect. Thank you, Darren. We appreciate you. Melissa Pino, you're next, and then Carolyn Growley. You'll be after Melissa.
Thank you, Chairwoman Hofberger. What a meeting to come down here flummoxed, trying to throw stuff together at the last minute, and I'm grateful to my friend Eric, clearly recognized I was struggling because he gave me a file folder. Thank you, Eric. I don't know how much that's going to help me pull together. Along with, I missed his speaking, there was a list of stuff at Public Forum. I don't know, I looked through it and it looks like, and I am getting to spending, it looks through like it's some discretionary or something or other, and the statement was made, Chairwoman Hofberger, that you had spent less along with Commissioner Berry than any commissioner on the dais, and you must have meant this list because, of course, the idea that, you know, that, for instance, Commissioner Kohler has spent more with his shorter time, or Commissioner Strohberger doesn't add up. And I'm here I can't say that I'm speaking for the Escambia public, but I think it's important that a member of the Escambia taxpayer base speaks to this. I wish there were more people speaking down to this, so I'm not trying to say that I'm representing a collective voice. I'm probably not, because I'm not one of the people that's got a pitchfork out against you guys, confused about what the difference is between state and county spending, afraid of big spends, not realizing the vision we need for the future. These are why I support things such as Commissioner Berry's soccer fields, even asked for the bigger spend so we could get safe fields, and thank you for whatever part you had in that, Commissioner Berry, because as I understand from Michael Rhodes, we are going to get the PFAS-free fields. So this is needed. Something is needed. Why I am specifically up is to say I am so thankful that our county commissioners are taking this head on first. I don't care that DC doesn't have his stuff together. Whatever kind of temper tantrum he may be pitching in the background, I can't even imagine. He's so out of control these days, and I have said this at a city council meeting to council with him right there. He can't even get a logo across without drama these days. It's ridiculous, and I've supported him on many big ventures. I support this mess that's going out on Palafox Street. So it's not just across the board, but I don't want the city leading on $80 million, that so much of it is going to be coming from the county. Whatever you guys end up doing with this, all I'm here to ask is, please don't let the mayor's office lead on this. City council is doing a pretty good job of trying to rein him in right now, and this is not against council. That's a bad form of government that tends to breed tyranny. I don't even blame it all on DC. It happens to all of them, so thank you for taking this forward from the city.
Thank you, Melissa. And just to provide clarification, that timeline was since I've been in office, so it is consistent from commissioner to commissioner, and it's all credit card purchase, promo item, CMR, travel, and intern. Yes, ma'am. Ms. Carolyn?
And Carolyn Growie from the Center for Independent Living of Northwest Florida. The expansion and accessibility of whatever projects we do as we grow our accessibility and growth for the future. We need to just make sure that we're designing and implementing universal design. ADA is the minimum, not the maximum that we can do as we look at the future of what this looks like. And that we do need the conference space with the attachment of the hotel, with the attachment of the different types of recreation and sports that could also all be there. I would beg to differ from having a son that did play hockey, that the reason that the practice ice is also needed is that we do have a shortage of ice for all of the different learning and professional as well as amateur sports that we have. We've had some great amateur skaters that have come through Pensacola, and I am not even from the area. I just happen to know that we already don't have enough ice time for the people that do want to do that. And it's just one rink and hundreds of miles over here, it seems. And that's why they're looking at trying to ask for that particular sheet of ice to be added as long as the changes are going to be made. And that being able to have that opportunity to have areas that would be renovatable or change when what's needing to be used would be great. Again, that access point is what's so important. So being able to use all aspects, meaning whether it's the lobby areas, the restrooms, the locker rooms, the convention center areas, the kitchens, et cetera, making sure that when we are looking at it, we're looking at people with disabilities as well as families age or attendees age, that anybody at any point in time is able to use all aspects of what we create. And so hopefully as we hear it from our speaker that you'll have today or as it moves forward, we'll continue to be looking at that and being able to hold everybody accountable to keeping that going forward. So thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for that. That concludes our public speaker section. Michael, do you want to proceed? Thank
Yes,
you.
please. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to hear the comments beforehand. It's very helpful. So I think I can address some of those, but our team can as well from the expert side of it, from how they've gone through on the study. So Michael Capps, General Manager, Legends Global, Pensacola Bay Center. Again, these studies were commissioned by Legends Global for Escambia County to include a review of the previously proposed improvements to the arena and potential addition of a new event center to support conventions, indoor sports, along with an ice facility to support our anchor tenant of the Ice Flyers and local regional ice program activity, and achieve a competitive campus-wide approach to improve booking capacity and improving efficiencies on ROI. We took a holistic approach to this. Our study group reached out to quite a few organizations here locally, but then nationally and regionally to bring back the data to you. We have been engaged recently with the study in their firm. We've had a couple meetings with them. We've shared some of the information that we've been coming up with. One of their studies guy was basically saying he was seeing kind of the same thing from the convention side, but they're going to operate that independently. We're just trying to make sure we're sharing and being collaborative, not directing one way or one the other way. If I can address the convention side, you'll find that our study group went in, brought back the data to show you why the space is the size it is for this market and the demand, and there's a lot of factors that go into it as far as hotel rooms, flight availability, market, what types of conventions can come here, what can't come here. Visit is correct, and there's a lot of conventions that are out there. They can't come to Pensacola, but they can't go to a lot of other places either because they don't have the space. Whether they're wanting to come here or not, I don't know. I get a handful of calls a year. This isn't hundreds of calls. It's a handful of calls. So I think this space that we're talking about is a little bit more appropriate for what we're looking to do, as well as the cross promotional of the events, to be able to approach it for bringing in cheerleading competitions, gymnastics, basketball. It can be a flex space. You can do a decent convention center to support what we're looking to do for our community. With that said, I do want to introduce our team here that is with us. One of the gentlemen mentioned Jacksonville and New Orleans. So our president of North America Venues with Legends Global, Mr. Doug Thornton, he's based in New Orleans, been at the Dome, brought it through Katrina. He's been involved in a number of projects throughout the country with Buffalo Bills Stadium, Washington Commanders, the New Orleans Superdome renovations, you name it. So we're bringing that wealth of development from how we work with municipalities, how we continue to operate them, how we maximize them for not only a return on operating, but also a return on economic impact. To his right is Mike Kinney. He is our regional vice president that oversees Pensacola, both the Bay Center and the Sanger Theater, with our general manager Jeff Sharp in the audience as well. Mike is based in Jacksonville, so again, another facility that's going through some renovations, doing the same types of things that we're talking about. Instead of building a brand new building, we're renovating a building that has good bones. Right here on the end, Mr. Bill Kruger. He's vice president with CSL. They were commissioned to do the market feasibility study. He does this across the country, has been involved in looking at multiple markets, multiple types of facilities. Even when in his study we have in the full backup, it's quite a bit. It's a 170-page report, but we're going to condense it down to you to digest and then go from there. And again, we're simply here to present the findings. But he compared 14 different types of facilities, 14 different types of communities that are like us, to where it can bring back this data that what we're showing to you. To his right, we took the market study with Populous that had done the previous conceptual designs. Again, these are all conceptual. This is not a design, an architect. There is no hard design to it. What it's going to look like exactly, that's going to come next, what you determine you want to do. But Mr. Aaron Bruckerhoff is the principal senior architect with Populous. Again, he went through the planning, the conceptual side, the design, and then helped work in on the construction costs to tell you what that would look like from what we have presented to you previously before. And again, has some comparison data to show you from how we looked at it and approached it from a square footage cost per square foot in certain different facilities from 2019 to current, similar markets, similar conditions. With that said, you've heard a lot from me. I'm here locally. I operate the building. I'm a part of this community. I've been here since 1985. 2 days ago, January 21st, 41 years ago, KISS opened the building in Pensacola. They opened the Civic Center, and we've gotten a lot of use out of it. It served many generations of locals here. I moved here in '85 with my mother in the Navy. I grew up here, went to school here, left, came back. I'm staying here. We're proud of what we do down there. I have some of our team here in the audience. They're really, really proud of what you allow us to do and serve for our community. So I'm going to kick it off now, since you've heard a lot from me. Mr. Doug Thornton, he's going to kind of intro into who we are now with Legends Global, not SMG, ASM Global. We are Legends Global now, and how our team can contribute and facilitate to the legendary status of Escambia County and Pensacola, and move into our market analysis with Bill, and then our concept design and costing with Aaron, and then Mike and Doug will come back and tell you how we're going to operate it and how those efficiencies will help get a return on you.
Thank you, Michael. Good morning, Commissioners. It's good to be back here with you. Just a few opening remarks before we get into our presentation. I know we're dragging a little bit here this morning. We have assembled a great team. If you recall, it was last March we were here, I believe, and there was a lot of discussion about what to do with the Bay Center, and in particular, whether or not there should be an event center, a conference center, and an ice rink added. And I want to address Darren's comments earlier. We were specifically tasked last March with addressing the ice rink situation. If you recall, we were tasked with studying the feasibility of an event center, conference center, but also an ice rink. So that's what we've done based on the availability of land and the site that's there today. So we've assembled a great team to be able to do that. There are some sub-consultants who are not here that are part of our study, but these guys that are to my left do this across the country. They're well-credentialed, investment-grade feasibility analysis. Populous is one of the world-renowned architects that we work with across the country and across the world. In fact, the Kai Tak Sports Project down in Hong Kong. We have about a 45-minute presentation followed by Q&A. So we're going to try to get through that pretty quickly. I want to just touch on what Michael mentioned, and that is Legends Global. You know us as Legacy SMG because we've been your managers here for so many years, but we've gone through name changes, iterations, different ownerships. Today we're owned principally by Sixth Street Capital. You see the logo there in the center. Sixth Street Capital is a major private equity firm that has a sports vertical. They invest in sports properties. They own a portion of the Celtics. They own a portion of the San Francisco Giants. They're in talks with a number of sports teams to be equity partners. They also have an arm that does public or private credit, rather, for big sports facility projects. So they are the majority owner of our company. The other two brands that you see there that are represented are really the legacy brands that started Legends, and that is the Dallas Cowboys and the New York Yankees. And the name Legends was born out of this these two great organizations coming together that provide what started out as a hospitality company, meaning food and beverage, which is now working in different verticals. And you can see the expansion of our scope. We provide, through our partner CSL, Convention Sports and Leisure, investment-grade feasibility analysis, much like the one you're going to hear today. And by the way, the full report will be available within 10 days. What you're going to hear today is the distilled version, but we can provide you with that full report within the next 10 days. We provide project development work. Our owner's rep division, once the project gets underway, even in the pre-development stages, they're working with us to look at schedule, scope, pricing, negotiation of guaranteed maximum prices with the contractor, working with the architects to pull it together. And then we have a sales organization that can sell premium seating. You're going to hear us talk a lot about club seats and premium areas. We have a division that does that specifically for us around the country for some of the biggest sports properties in the world. Partnerships, that's sponsorships, code word for sponsorships. We do the same thing. We're selling all the sponsorships for the LA 28 Olympics. We just finished the Buffalo Bills project and is basically overperforming there. We're oversubscribed in terms of the value that was budgeted. So that's another division of our company that we didn't have when we were SMG. And then hospitality, which is food service, the Legends brand, coupling that with our former Savor brand, provides us with a lot more horsepower. And, you know, the merchandise, we just finished doing all the merchandise for Super Bowl in New Orleans last year. The Ryder Cup that just took place in September. And then, of course, the venue management space. That's the traditional work that you know us, that you know about our company. We manage 131 accounts, which represent about 200 facilities across the nation and about 350 facilities across the world. And my division, I oversee the arena, stadium, and theater and convention center division for North America. So that's a big swath of properties. And then, of course, the final part is the content and booking that we provide once we can develop this new inventory, if you will, this new product, meaning renovation or new content with facilities. We can program it with live music or with convention activity. So that's just a little bit of the history on our company and the evolution of it. I'll turn it over to Bill. He's going to take you through the feasibility study. Again, this is the distilled version. There'll be more to come in the details over the next 10 days.
Great. Thank you, Doug.
Madam Chair and County Commissioners and County staff, it's great to be back to talk about this. I'm going to spend a little bit of time hitting some of the high points, as Doug mentioned, of our study. And just a little background, I'm a Senior Vice President with Legends Global and a Principal with CSL. CSL stands for Convention Sports and Leisure, and it's been around as long as I've been around with that company, is about 30 years. And so we do projects all throughout the country. And one anecdote that I think is kind of interesting is one of my earliest projects in my career was a convention center feasibility study in Pensacola. And here we are 30 years later, and we're still looking for a solution. And as Mr. Schaefer mentioned too, you know, that's been at the top of a lot of people's lists for a long time. I do have some comments that I'm hoping, since this, you know, the preview copy has been out here for a little bit, and so there's a lot of detail that goes around that, and there's an overall strategy that I'm hoping will assuage his concerns and the concerns of others as well, in terms of what the thinking is and the rationale behind some of the products and how that could address the convention business, as well as all the other activities that we've outlined. So quickly, in terms of our study process and approach, the main tasks that we undertook are over there on the left-hand side, as typical for any feasibility study that we do. We were asked specifically to look at the event center complex, including potentially the practice ice sheet. You know, we've done as a firm more than 2,000 of these. I've been involved with 500 of these or so around the country over my career. As a part of this process, included a multi-day visit at the outset, which was including close to 50 stakeholders that we interfaced with and had meetings with. And then we proceeded as a part of our study to conduct virtual meetings and telephone interviews with a variety of different user groups, promoters, planners in the convention world, the sports world, and other types of activities that we really needed to have direct conversations with them about in terms of understanding what they need moving forward with respect to a product in Escambia County, Pensacola, and the Bay Center in particular. So all that was really useful insight, lots of conversations that we had that was very helpful. Speaking of, you know, start setting the stage and looking at the Bay Center, I don't think I need to tell you this, but it's, you know, opened in 1985 and is showing its age, you know, in many respects. It's many other facilities of this vintage, or when they originally opened back in the early 80s, mid 80s. Most of those around the country have either been replaced or they've been improved dramatically. The state of the industry in terms of what items and amenities and capabilities are needed from the event side to the attendee side and the participant side is really leapfrogged many generations. And so there's plenty of improvements just that you could consider within that building just to bring it up to more of the state of the industry in terms of what your competitive peer markets are offering to the marketplace, respectively. But one of the key challenges that I find with the Bay Center as it exists today, along with lots of other facilities around the country of that nature, is the fact that it's really trying to do double and triple duty when it's got a lot of activities, unfortunately, and not enough dates and capabilities that really match what the needs of a lot of these groups are, in particular the ice users. So you've got the minor league team, and then you've got you got the youth hockey organization, you've got the figure skating, and then you've got the adult league. But you don't really have the ability to do tournaments. When you're looking at sheets of ice, this is the only game in town within 3 hours drive. And so usually, you know, typically you'll need 2 sheets of ice at a minimum to be able to get into the tournament game, for hockey tournaments in particular. Right now you've got 1 sheet, so you're very limited. The tournament activity, whether it's hockey or whether it's basketball, volleyball, or any other type of sport that you could fit into a building, you need multiple playing surfaces within 1 location. And there's only 1 sheet of ice within 3 hours, first of all. But the activity that's taking place with respect to ice, other than the Ice Flyers games, where they're utilizing the spectator seating, and you can pack the house because people are watching that as a sport and entertainment event. But for all the other hockey, figure skating, and any other ice sports, rec included, learn to skate programs, et cetera, they have to displace potentially other activity that could better use and generate more revenue by virtue of, they may have 20 people in the stands if they're watching some of the youth hockey or something like that. But it's not maximizing that. And so there's an opportunity cost of having to accommodate that activity in that space when that type of building, the Bay Center, really wants to be doing the ticketed events and the concerts and the family shows and some of the minor league sports, So there's this issue with regard to having the right types of spaces to be most efficient in terms of operations, financial performance, economic impact, performance, and having those kind of things like that. I'm not going to go much into all these numbers up here, but this, we look at the local and regional conditions, and we look at demographics, and we look at the ability to be able to capture drive-in business within surrounding population areas. And, within 90 minutes, you're picking up a substantial amount of population. That's a drivable region depending on the type of event. All these issues are very relevant like this with regard to the hotel inventory. When you're talking about economic impact, you've got day trip business, which is drive in, drive out, or you've got overnight business. And for conventions, as an example, 2 to 3 day events, they're going to need overnight accommodations. So to the extent we're talking event center and, a tournament capable facility now for things like hockey, but any other type of tournament, the hotel package and the proximity to the Bay Center is going to be really important to kind of consider. And I'll give you a little bit of a preview. In terms of the overall strategy, you've got the event center, you've got the practice sheet, you've got the improvements to the existing Bay Center, but the other piece, which isn't really being advertised right now, which is strategically important, if you want to penetrate into the convention game, as was alluded to by Mr. Schaefer, you need to have the ballroom, the carpeted, the upscale space that goes along with this, but most importantly, you need a hotel. And so as a part of our strategy, we'll talk about that, but we have a place with a direct physical connection to the event center and then thereby to the Bay Center itself of the hotel. Now, to get the right kind of hotel, what's a headquarter hotel for convention space? Well, it's not a Days Inn or a Holiday Inn Express, it's a full service property. And the vast majority of hotel projects are attracted under a P3 where you're able to have a minimal contribution by the public sector to leverage tens and tens of millions of dollars of private sector investment, and then you get that product. That's different than some of the other, the event center, the Bay Center improvements that would largely be a public funded effort by the county, and maybe some other sources that we could think about to bring in there. But this hotel really completes the package. So if you get a 200-key hotel that's a full-service brand, inherently in that business model, they already have 30,000 square feet of carpeted meeting space, including an 18 to 20,000 square foot ballroom. And under a P3 opportunity, you actually incentivize that. You write that into the RFP. You say, here are the incentives that we could consider for a project that has merit, and we also want it to meet these certain thresholds. 200 keys, full-service brand, and X number of meeting space. And so once you've got that connected to the event center 55,000 square feet of concrete floor space, then can utilize, because you'll have a marketing agreement, a development agreement, and an operating agreement with the hotel partner, that they can then utilize that 30,000 square feet of carpeted space seamlessly for a convention event. So you don't have to build all those pieces. You just have to contribute the minority portion to be able to get the hotel partner to come in and execute the project for you. And there's plenty of variations on those models that I could speak about later on.
Question on that. Is that something that your group would help us solicit and
Absolutely.
review and score those RFPs?
I'm actually doing that in 4 different markets right now as we speak. And so that's a big part of what we can do to help out is we can help writing, I would normally suggest a request for expressions of interest be sent out first. Very simple, not onerous for private hotel partners. All they have to do is express an interest, and then we jump on an informal conversation with them and then kind of figure out what they're thinking and what their impression of Escambia County is, this opportunity, what kind of brands that they might be interested in bringing to the marketplace, and what they would need from the public ask side. All that information of those conversations at the RFEI step then feeds into writing a better RFP. And then once you're able to write this RFP, then I'm happy, you know, I've negotiated management agreements, development agreements, MOUs with respect to this too, selecting the right partners. And frankly, it's one of those things that kind of flies underneath the radar because there is some opposition from local hoteliers about public assistance to kind of execute a project. But I can't emphasize enough how critical it is to have the right type of headquarters hotel to support this. And in that way, you can leverage what their in-house meeting space that they have already, that they're already going to build anyways as a part of it.
Thank you.
That's part of the strategy.
If that's a pause, can I ask a quick question, Madam Chair? So when you're meeting with the end users in the P3, I think that Mr. Patel, and I think there was a contract maybe on the hotel from Mr. Hawthorne. Have any of those players been a part of the conversation with the hotels in your discussion?
Yeah, this has been more of a market demand assessment and some economic impact projections, and then we'll talk about some of the financial implications later. But those would be, you know, additional steps that could happen later on after the study process.
So there's probably more outreach to end users, or do you feel like you've gotten substantial amount of input from all of the end users, or do you think we'll do more of that before we make a final decision?
Yeah, as an example, if there are certain areas in our analysis that you would like us to revisit or to go in and shore up or make more robust in certain areas, we'd be happy to do that. Typically, after a feasibility study, then there's some discussion about next steps, and there's plenty of things that can happen after the feasibility study, including some more detailed architectural design work, some more detailed cost estimation, and then you could start kind of this RFP process with respect to hotel partners or other opportunities to bring in other private monies as a part of that. But there's plenty of additional steps, and then additionally, you know, I could be doing updated analyses. As we get more clarity with what the vision is, the product, the path forward, then there's additional ways that I can assist to either complement that through adding some additional research, just to test some of those items more thoroughly. Because right now, when we reach out to all these user groups, whether they're local or they're non-local, and we're trying to understand if we have a shot at getting them, that's kind of what this chart speaks to. If you look at the second column from the left, where it says likelihood of use of a new event center, what that relates to is a conversation that we're having with interviews with these non-local convention planners. So somewhere in the state, they're headquartered, we're talking to their convention planners or meeting planners, conferences, trade shows, those kind of activities like that. And we ask them the question, if we had the right type of convention facility and hotel package to fully accommodate your event or your group, how likely would you be to bring one or more events to Escambia County, Pensacola at the Bay Center site? And so when we get answers like definitely, likely, and possibly, you know, then we can apply a weighting. And then when we get down to that lower, the last row of that chart where you see a demand index of 3.89, contextually, when you compare that with 65 other surveys where we ask the same question in different markets to show, you know, the question is 3.89 good or bad? Well, you compare that to all these other kind of questions where we ask the same thing in other surveys that we've done around the country. You know, 3.89 is high relative to the average. It's significantly higher than the average. This underscores this discussion over the need for convention space within Pensacola, Escambia County over the last 30 years plus, you know. So there definitely is a marketplace out there, but I'll direct your attention to that pie chart on the right, which shows you, we asked them a specific question of the groups that expressed a positive interest in this project. Okay, tell us about your requirements or preferences with regard to a headquarter hotel. And basically what that shows is 90% of the people that were interested in bringing a convention event to Pensacola, Escambia County, said 90% of them said that we require or prefer a headquarters hotel that is either attached, adjacent, or within close walking distance of 1 to 3 city blocks. So that is a critical piece here that is going to be important to start planning ahead, irrespective of the rest of these plans, about thinking about the opportunity to really bring in an appropriate hotel project to be able to support this. If you have you know, all the hotels that have been discussed that are coming down the downtown area, most of those are not traditional full-service hotels. They're smaller in size, and they're going to be too far away to realistically ask people to be walking back and forth, you know, for that as a convention attendee and things like that. So those are some issues that we'll just be considering. So boiling down what our study found in terms of the demand and opportunities, if you look at that slider bars on the right, that's our estimate, where 10 being the highest level of, the strongest level of what we estimate to be demand, in particular unmet demand within Escambia County, Pensacola for these event types. You see conventions and trade shows there's a component of them. The challenge is when we did surveys with some of these users, the groups that were most interested in coming to Pensacola tended to be the ones that were not the largest in size relative to a lot of these other convention groups. And so there's a little bit of a modulation there with regard to that activity, but certainly unmet demand. If you look at the largest single space right now in Pensacola, in Escambia County, it's the Hilton at the beach. And when you look at that, they have 30,000 square feet of space, but really what you need to focus on is what is the largest contiguous space that they offer, the largest single room. And it's only 6,800 square feet. That's tiny. That's tiny in terms of getting a food function, because the largest single room dictates what the size of the group that you're going to get in the convention industry. Because you have to assemble everybody that's there for the convention for a banquet or a general assembly into a single room. And so right now you're missing out on a ton of that convention business, as Mr. Schaefer mentioned as well. But likewise, when you look down at the sporting events, and much of that is amateur sports, there is a massive amount of amateur sports business too that you're leaving on the table right now without the appropriate capabilities. When you look at the Bay Center arena floor, it's got, even if you were to displace other events and say, let's just do an amateur sports event, you're very limited in terms of how many courts you can put down and what other types of space you can put down on a 20,000 square foot concrete floor. You know, so that comes into play too with respect to what the opportunities are overall. So boiling down the entire market analysis in terms of what we're recommending, and when you see numbers 1, 2, and 3, that does not mean the priority or the priority of this investment in terms of projects. It's more or less just me organizing them across the page. So we focused, on the event center, and what we're talking about is a 55,000 square foot space approximately, which would be column-free, subdividable into 3 different halls. So 2 air walls subdividing the space. 35-foot tall ceiling, no columns in that space, concrete floor base. Now, the event center model is the most flexible model that is oriented around flat floor space that we see around the country, and it's extremely flexible. And an important part of that strategy is having an enhanced FF&E package, which means you purchase and you have places to store it, the athletic surfaces, whether it's portable hardwood or sport court. You've also got bleachers that you can roll out, and then you can do a certain amount of spectator events in there as well. And then you've got lots of other equipment and things like that, which is, again, you want to be plug and play for these groups. You don't want to have the event actually worry about contracting and bringing in sports surfaces, as an example. So that's a key part of the strategy, is having some of that FF&E baked into it. And then there's 6,000 square feet of breakout meeting space in there. So if you think about the convention aspect of that product, you would have the attached hotel with their 30,000 square feet of meeting space, 10, 12,000 square feet of breakout rooms, 18,000 to 20,000 square foot ballroom that's subdividable with a higher ceiling, direct connection to the event center space, which is concrete floor base with subdividable halls. The relationship of that amount of concrete floor space, which you would call exhibit space for a convention, relative to the breakout meeting space, both provided in the event center and the hotel, in addition to the hotel's ballroom, all connected under roof, so it's seamless to the event and the attendees, is kind of a great size for a market like this in terms of a convention product that has more or less a space and ratio. It's just a matter of what is run by Legends and owned by the county versus what is owned privately that was induced through a P3. And then you, as a part of that development agreement, you actually have an operating agreement, which is a collaborative marketing agreement, so you can sell that space together, and you can make sure that it's all working together in terms of that. So the second item would be the practice ice rink, and importantly, I'll go back to what this really allows you to do is to free up space in the Bay Center by having this, to get the stuff out of there that's not driving revenue by having butts and seats, excuse my terminology. But if you're going to have an empty arena with the seats, but then you're having some community and youth group on the floor, that's just not a good use of that space where you're not able to book other pieces of business that can fill the stands, drive concessions, drive merchandise, drive premium seating, drive sponsorship. So that's why it's so important to think about separating that. And frankly, the second you get 2 sheets of ice, meaning if you had some of the weekend tournaments, you can still use the Bay Center ice for that. You're going to have higher attendance as a part of that. But the second you have a second sheet of ice, you are a major player in the entire region, because now you're a tournament facility for ice sports, hockey in particular, that people will be driving. And that's one thing that I've noticed with the convention side and then the ice rink side, is the return on investment in Escambia County for those 2 items in particular are going to index much higher than the average project by virtue of the fact that you're so limited on convention space and that there's only 1 sheet of ice in a 3-hour region. And so that's why you're going to be getting more economic activity, people driving further to be able to utilize those facilities and leaving economic impact in your community. And even though we didn't study the PBC improvements inside the Bay Center, we were able to test some of those, having conversations with Live Nation and other promoters and saying, what do you really need to be able to, or what do you see needing to happen within the PBC to really elevate that to more of a state-of-the-industry type product? And the strategy that Aaron is going to talk about here momentarily has really been verified and validated by a lot of the major promoters that we talk to in terms of that's the right things you need to be focusing on. And so I think that's a real favorable feedback. So the event center concept, and Mr. Schaefer alluded to this when he was making comments, these are some of the layouts that demonstrates the flexibility of the different types of groups and layouts that you can accommodate in that space. And there really is a rhyme or reason to the dimensions of that space, because it really allows you to fit 4-size basketball courts in that space, or it looks like, 9 volleyball courts. That's the dimensions that you would get. You've got all those pickleballs. You could, as a part of your FF&E budget, purchase indoor turf and then have a roll of turf you could lay out to do, indoor baseball, softball training in certain parts of the years or other types of activities. And then you've got the ability, if you needed to, or if you didn't have the hotel, to lay some carpet down and create an ad hoc ballroom and do some exhibits, or just use the entire space as exhibits for trade shows and things like that. So a lot of flexibility built into it. The overall footprint is about 105,000 square feet, which is different than some of the initial iterations that you saw, but the size, the square footage, the dimensions is really critical in order to make it this type of flexibility for this. Almost done here. So in terms of our performance projections, these are just some of the high points. Again, our report's going to have much more detail on the entire analysis, the research, the assumptions that we used. But the top row of pie charts is the event center activity, and then the bottom would be the practice ice rink. So noteworthy things is you'd look at the event center complex, and you'll notice that the conventions is the lightest green color, and so that's kind of near the top of that pie ring. So when you look at the number of events per year within conventions, it's relatively small in the mix of all that. But then when you look at the new hotel room nights driven by each of that activity, look at how big that the convention slice then shows up. So very impactful in terms of economic impact and hotel room night generation that clearly would flow beyond any kind of headquarters hotel that may be developed as a part of this strategy. And so when you look at the practice rink, again, you've got a variety of different uses, but then when you get, into the hotel room nights, you've got a much more oversized impact coming from the hockey due to the tournaments. And that's only possible because now you've got 2 sheets of ice instead of 1 to be able to do that. But overall, a significant amount of activity. If you look at those middle pie charts, we're talking about together, close to 500,000 attendee days being attracted upon stabilization for those 2 projects alone combined. When we look at economic impact, I'll just go to this last slide here, is when we're adding up the projected economic impacts for the event center, the practice rink, again assuming the hotel support to really be able to leverage the convention business that we'll need. We're talking about a significant amount of attendee days. We're talking about a construction period impact of nearing $100 million. That's a one-time impact in the community. And then the impacts that are right there in the middle of that page, going across the page, those are annual impacts that are delivered within Escambia County that are net new, that are directly attributable to this project. And so when you look at $35 million per year upon stabilization of these products in direct spending, that's that initial dollars spent both in the building and then by visitors who wouldn't otherwise be in Escambia County for things out of the building, like hotels, restaurants, retail, entertainment, transportation. And then you apply the multiplier effect, you get indirect and induced spending. We use a very conservative multiplier to make sure that we're not exaggerating the economic impact. And you add those together and you get annual economic output, which is a sum of direct spending, indirect spending, and induced spending. So annually, we're talking about close to $60 million being delivered by virtue of this product's operations and all the events that are taking place in there. And then you've got job supported, personal income supported, that all this spending will generate within the community, and $1.4 million per year in net new county sales and hotel tax revenue by virtue of all this new activity and tourism. So it's a substantial amount of impact. It's very high, particularly since you're leveraging a known location and a known facility asset with the Bay Center by adding these additional facilities on. You really have a high-performing complex at that point in time that can really be synergistic in delivering a lot of impact. I'm going to turn it over. Those are my formal comments. Do you have any questions before we turn it over to Aaron in particular? I know that I threw a lot at you right there, but I just wanted to see if there's anything I could answer or clarify for you. Okay. Thank you. Aaron.
Is this on? Okay. Well, thank you, everybody. And so I'm going to go through the architectural portion here. Again, Aaron Bruckerhoff, a senior architect and principal with Populous. Populous is a global design firm, as Doug mentioned. We work on sports, entertainment, and cultural venues across the globe. And I focus specifically on multipurpose arena projects like the one you have here. But we do work on football stadiums, NHL arenas, multipurpose arenas like the Pensacola Bay Center, convention centers, and airports as well. What we like to say is we design the places that people love to be together. So that's our ultimate goal when we're designing projects. I'm going to go through each of the different facilities and demonstrate how we fit all of what Bill talked about onto the site. And first starting with the Bay Center itself and the interventions there. But we'll also talk about the event center, how that gets laid out, how it can create a beneficial relationship to the Bay Center with some shared facilities, and the ICE facility itself, which is in green here, and then the potential new hotel there that Bill also talked about, being connected and supporting the rest of the campus as a really complementary use. What you see here is in yellow is also a connection, a public circulation corridor that connects all the facilities together, making sure that they can operate simultaneously for large events like tournaments or Pensacon or events of that magnitude that would be able to utilize all the facilities together. We did a study back in 2023 about a potential new ice sheet and a small conference center. Expo space being added to the Bay Center. And you can see the difference here between that footprint that was presented at the time before we had the study completed by Bill, the demand study. So the demand study really supported a larger, more robust event center, the 55,000 square foot footprint. And then the ICE facility, we made some adjustments there so that they practically could all be used on site at the same time. Just for reference, I want to share this, which you may have seen in the past. So diving into the Bay Center itself, a lot of improvements here that we're looking at, as Michael Capps mentioned earlier on. The feasibility study that we did, feasibility analysis that we did back in 2022, I believe, demonstrated that the building does have good bones. So this is a building worth renovating. It's a building worth investing in. But interestingly, opened in 1985. It lacks a lot of the modern amenities that you would have in an arena today. So, we don't need to dwell on that, but Populous designed the first arena with a premium level in 1988, so this predates that kind of innovation in the industry. What we're looking to do is create some of those spaces within the Bay Center itself, And you can see here at the event level, the floor level, what we're looking to do with a new Bunker Club premium kind of club space at that level with direct access to seats on the floor there or on the sideline ice. A new market space for food and beverages that would serve floor patrons for the arena during concerts, and lower bowl patrons for other events like Sunbelt Conference. And the yellow is kind of a new entry sequence and lobby, again, upgraded finishes there, creating a real premium entry experience for those patrons. Along with that, we're adding a new service elevator, and the woman spoke earlier about a universal design. This unlocks the one elevator in the building that can be dedicated now for public use rather than for service and public use. And this service elevator would then be able to provide access to additional kitchen and back of house spaces on this side of the building. We're also
Can I ask you a question real fast? Is the Bunker Club, is that the premium seating? Is that what you said?
The Bunker Club is associated with premium seating, yeah. So the club itself is a space you can go to during an event away from your seats, but then you would go back to your seating.
My understanding is that's sealed off from, it is seating that you can actually watch the game. It's not sealed off from the arena, right?
Correct.
It's a hospitality space that would be underneath the seating bowl, but you would have access as a Bunker Club member to watch the game. And I think if you look at the diagram here on the screen, you'll see the two sections in red that are nearest the sheet of ice. That would be the seating section, and I think Aaron's got a slide here in a few moments that will illustrate this even better. But the larger red block you see there in the diagram is the Bunker Club space, and I believe today that is it's a pre-function space, right? It's underneath the seating bowl. And we're going to talk about two different club lounges. This is the Bunker Club, and then there's going to be what we call a mid-level club. Again, these are premium offerings that are in modern facilities today that are not only fan amenities, but they generate more revenue for you.
Okay.
And yeah, it's a good point. There's a number of spaces in the building currently that are utilized as pre-function, but were designed originally as meeting rooms. And on the second level, you're probably familiar with a lot of those meeting rooms. We're taking advantage of that square footage to create these premium amenities for the building. Some of the other practical needs that modern arenas would have is much larger loading dock, a stage pocket on the stage end of the seating bowl, which we're both proposing to create here. So the stage pocket really, and we'll show this a little bit later and demonstrate, it increases your front of stage seating capacity, which is a critical number for promoters who are bringing shows to the building.
Aaron, can I just interject on that point? I think it's important for the commissioners to know that the area in green is precast concrete, lower bowl seating, used now for hockey. So what we're talking about is removing that precast seating area and creating the ability to push a stage further back against the wall, which would increase your lower bowl seating front of house. We would not lose seating for hockey because what we propose there is to take portable seating, think about it as portable bleachers. Think of terrace tables, almost a premium seating offering. So for the hockey games, you would not lose the seating. It would be actually a new premium offering for hockey games, but that gives you the flexibility to move that temporary seating out and create that stage pocket, which is going to increase our lower bowl capacity by 1,800 seats. You'll see that here in a couple of slides.
And again, the loading dock increases it to three potentially true loading docks, so we can unload and load shows conveniently and facilitates changeover of shows, which is critically important for an arena like this. So this is a blow-up side of that Bunker Club space, and you can see just the arrangement of the entry. The market is in purple there in the middle, a merchandise stand for floor patrons, and then the club lobby that would provide access up to the upper level club, which you'll show in the next few slides. And again, there is elevator access up to the concourse level from this as well. So, and one of the other features here is the service elevator. It's kind of back of house, but it's located adjacent to the current kitchen in the back of house, and that will provide access up to kitchen and food and beverage spaces on the upper levels. These are demonstrating just kind of the look and feel of what these spaces could be. Again, trying to meet a premium type of space, one that doesn't exist in the building today or in the area today. And these would be located on the event level. They are blind, as you noted, Commissioner Strohberger, to the floor itself, but they have dedicated seating that would be provided with your ticket to these spaces. So moving up, this is the second floor of the building, again, where these meeting spaces exist currently. We're repurposing those into a sideline club space with a center VOM out into seating that is dedicated for that club space. And in the purple there on the right-hand side is a kitchen that would support that, so you'd have really premium offerings for food and beverage within this club, as well as some bar spaces and function room areas. So this area could also double as a corporate event space that you could rent out, provide additional revenue on non-event days. On the top-hand side in purple there is the expanded concourse area. So this supports and expands the offerings that are available on the concourse to general patrons. Just showing a blow-up here of that club space. Again, on the right-hand side is kind of a function room, access to the bowl and dedicated seating for the club patrons. Some tables and chairs in there provide a different offering and a different experience for people in the building. We're really looking to provide a diversity of experience here. Right now, everybody goes to the building and kind of has a similar experience, whether or not you're in the lower bowl or upper bowl. Your food and beverage offerings are pretty much the same.
So it doesn't look like you can actually watch the game from the Bunker Club unless you go down to those seats, right?
Yeah, that's right. You would have some live stream of the game within the space, but you would not be watching the game from the club itself. You would go to your seats to watch that game.
Is that a possibility? Why can't we watch it from the bunker?
Well, it's really a balance of how much seating capacity you want to have in the lower bowl. So the more that you remove to open up the bowl.
Well, I was thinking, why don't we just open up the wall? We don't necessarily have to add more seats
I think
there.
if you go to the next slide, and I think Commissioner Kohler is going to make a comment there, but I think if you go to the next slide, this will illustrate it. The purple that you see in the lower section would be the dedicated seats for the Bunker Club patrons who would essentially pay for a membership. Those are season ticket holders.
Okay, so it would sacrifice these other seats by...
Correct. If you opened it up to the Bunker Club, you would lose the purple seating section, which would lower your capacity for concerts and other events. So, and this is very common, Populous and all the architectural teams that we work with around the country and stadium designs and arena designs today, this is a very common practice. In fact, it is something we're contemplating right now for the Smoothie King Center in New Orleans to accommodate the Pelicans. Right underneath the lower bowl seating section, we would have potentially 6 individual bunker suites as opposed to a large bunker club. I think this actually works very well because think of it as a community type club instead of individual suites that would be sold. So hopefully that image can help illustrate that the upper portion you see in the red is the seating section that would be available to the mid-level club members, and the people that are seated in both the purple and the red sections would get priority for concert tickets. They would get priority for season tickets for the Ice Flyers, and they would have access to the club amenities, meaning the higher end food and beverage, and they would also have premium parking. So those are all things that we would package up to create new inventory, new product that you do not have today that creates higher demand, better fan experience, and eventually it's more revenue for the building.
And I do share your concern about having tickets to something that I can't watch the game from. How many of those seats would you lose if you opened that up?
I don't know, Aaron, you can.
We did study that. It's kind of a loge.
If you want, I can step in on that. So the Bunker Club seats, you're looking at 118 seats that you're taking away, plus you're going to have to open up more. What we're looking at and trying to articulate is the capacity. we need to be at a certain total capacity to be able to recruit or book the types of concerts that we want to book. If we open up and give a viewing area for a suite, we're going to lose those seats, and then we're not going to be able to book the show. In the previous reiterations that we did with this, that Populous did, we did look at adding suites on the north end of the arena so you could actually watch the game or watch the concert from the suite, but the price was astronomical. So that's why this is a more economical approach to be able to still give that premium side experience and multi-tiered level with the bunker, the mid, and then the other loge on the east side, but then still be able to have that general GA seat that most of your concert goers are going to purchase.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so I'm no hoity-toity, but when I go to the Seattle Mariners games, I go with my folks, and we go to a club, and we have viewing from the club, and we eat from the club, and we got premium seats right outside the club. It's all glass. It's wonderful, and that's where I would go. So I wonder if we've just figured out what would the, I guess you already have figured that out, you know, what the give and take is and what it's going to cost us. And you're saying this is the better cost, this is the better ROI.
Yes, I think given the existing conditions and the architectural situation that we're looking at here with an existing building, I believe this product that we're introducing here, the lower bowl seating that you see in the purple with access to the bunker club, would be a very popular thing.
I think for this bunker club, though, I think we probably can get people to sponsor this club, be in this club all the time. And I'd be one of those guys in that club every time I got a chance to. I'd be in that club. That's where I'd be.
We know you like
That's where I'm watching the game.
Just claim it on the gift form. Commissioner Kohler?
You'll be the only person in the clubhouse who's watching the game.
Yeah, he likes nachos and chicken
Everyone I go to,
tenders,
no one's ever watching the game. Yeah, I don't know who else watches it.
I think I'm hearing what you asked, but Mike, did you say we'd lose 118 seats? But what would we differ on the cost for the premium? I don't think that was in there, was it?
Well, if you see those seats that are outlined in purple, that's 118, and that's just getting you to about a 10-foot height. You're probably going to have to take some of those red seats away as well if you're wanting to push back into there. And I mean, most average concert ticket is $100. I don't think Greg wants that many tickets taken away from season ticket holders. So that's why we're proposing this approach. And keep in mind, the club areas, it is going to have LEDs, so you can still watch the game there. You're just not watching it live. So it's giving a different experience. And that's what we're finding in the industry trends now is people are looking for multiple different experiences. They want to be in a club. They want to be on the front row, or they want to be on the third deck, or they want to be in a suite. They're looking at, and there's ways that we can attract and strategically get a return on that, because not everybody's going to pay that $1,000 for the suite or the $100 for the front row or whatnot.
Okay, thanks.
I agree. I think there's lots of ways to attract. I think you call it a bunker, and I'm like all over it. I want to go in there. Or you call it the ready room. It's the ice flyers, you know. Those kinds of things attract people to those premium seats. And you know what you're going to get when you get there.
How about the
And I think they
Lexus?
pay
How about the
more to
Lexus
be there.
Club or the Cadillac Club?
Yeah.
That's what we would call it. I mean, we're using the term bunker club only because it's below the lower bowl seating area, and that's kind of the industry jargon for it until we get a naming right sponsor. But
I like ready room. I like that.
Commissioner May?
Speak easy will be great for me. But I guess a question in this significant investment. So when I'm thinking of a sports arena where I'm going and there's 9 basketball courts or there are volleyball courts, you know, no one's paying for bunker seats, Cadillac seats. I mean, and so we got to invest this money. To me, like I'm talking about the Crossplex or Boo Williams or the Hoover Center. And so how do we incorporate it, keeping this nice enough where he's going to go buy the bunker seats or whatever he's going to buy versus the mom and dad that's struggling to come in and watch this basketball tournament for the weekend for $25, keeping in mind that there's a cost. I mean, should it be separate buildings or can we incorporate it to a facility that's nice enough that where we're going to bring the high-end events to where we're going to be able to bring in the indoor cheer competition and the indoor volleyball and make it make sense.
Absolutely. Those seats would be available if it's a public ticketed event, like an amateur sporting event. The way it would work is I'll call it the Bunker Club patrons would have an option to purchase the ticket. Now, the ticket prices get set by the individual sports organizations or sports leagues or teams in the case of the Flyers. The other thing I would mention is that in modern arenas today, you'll find as many as 7, maybe 8 different products, starting at what we call the GA, or general admission. That's the lowest ticket price available. Could be in the upper deck, could be in the end zone, could be in the midsection, depending on the event. But you have GA, you have GA Plus, you have loge boxes, you have bunker clubs, you have suites, and then you have your traditional club lounges. There could be as many as 7 or 8 different tiers of pricing. And what we're trying to accomplish, I think, here is to provide something for everybody. There's always that person out there who is willing to pay for a first-class airline ticket. And if you don't have a first-class seat, then you lost that price. There's always going to be someone who will want to buy those purple seats for an extra amount, and that'll be a premium. And there's always going to be a person who will want the GA seat too. So we're trying to scale that in this building under the existing conditions that we're working with here to give you that product tiering, if you will, to generate the kind of revenue and satisfy the demand in the community, because there will be people who will want those club seats and want to pay an extra price for that membership.
Yeah, I mean, in my mind, I'm trying to, there's a difference between a track home and a custom home. Like you said, if you can afford the custom, buy the custom. If not, maybe an affordable track. And so how do we get, the track client who that's what they can afford versus the custom versus, I would say, trying to accommodate all of our end users, trying to make sure that Mr. Capps and your organization gets what they need to promote, as well as Visit gets what they need to bring conventions, as well as Ray Palmer gets what he needs in making it all work. I mean, because, for a rec tournament, a basketball tournament, it's even different from a volleyball tournament. It's not very plush. I mean, they just need some courts, and we need to just run and throw some goals in, and we keep going because they're trashing anyway. I mean, they're giving and going. I mean, versus someone who's going to spend time here at a concert and want luxury and want service.
Right. Well, those seats would be available, just so you know. The way they would work is the folks that would be sitting in the red section and the purple section would have a first option to purchase concert tickets. If they do not purchase, then it goes back onto the manifest for the general public to purchase. If it's for a basketball event, an amateur sporting event, then it would be scaled. The ticket prices would be scaled based upon what the organizer desires, and they're available as a first option to those members. But if they don't elect to purchase it, it's available at that price for a third party or GA patron to purchase. Hopefully that makes sense. The product tiering is important to achieve the revenue goals and to satisfy the demand in the community for people who want that premium space.
And with the layout you have, what do we get? We can get 8 courts, or would it be more courts that we be
Well,
able to
that's in the event center. Now we're talking, this particular diagram we're looking at here is in the base center. And I think on the event center side, how many courts were we looking at, Aaron?
4 full-size basketball, and then 9 volleyball?
Okay. And in a big convention, we could share those spaces if they needed rollover or rollout room.
So hopefully that's helpful context on the premium seating and the tiering, the product tiering that we're talking about.
Yeah, and I think as we go through the event center too, you'll see some of the other spaces that are for, there's seating associated with that for basketball tournaments and F&B options for that as well that are a little different than the arena ones we're talking about here. Again, just some images of those spaces. This will be kind of associated with that sideline club, versatile space, easily converted for private events as well during non-event days. And so to talk about more support for the GA patrons, this is the concourse areas on both sides of the building in purple here, and modernizing and improving those offerings there converting the traditional concessions that are in those spaces into more of a market style or grab-and-go concession, which is much more convenient, reduces wait times, allows more seamless transactions to occur, and really improves the visitor experiences there. Also shown in this diagram is improvements to the front of the building, the main entrance on the west side, by rethinking the ramps that are there now and creating some more clarity to entry sequence, and you'll see that in some of the rendered images later on. And on the east side, showing that connection to the event center in yellow there and plugging into the concourse areas on the east side there, so making sure that that is accessible and convenient access path to the arena. So this is the west side concourse area, and this is just contained all at this level. Again, converting those traditional belly-up concessions to, which you see there today, to a market style or grab-and-go style concession for convenience of transaction. Also converting some of the space on the concourse for merchandise sales that can happen during concerts or Ice Flyers games to increase merchandise sales that occur in the building. And on the east side here, the other side of the building, again, conversion of those concession stands, but also expanding this concourse to provide access to additional food and beverage in a lower area, and that converting that meeting room space that is beneath the concourse level. So there's a stairway down in the center. There's an elevator also here that will provide access to that space. And at that lower level, you can have a central bar offering, again, with a video there that could simultaneously cast the concert or the show that's going on in the arena. So you're not totally away from the action, but you do have a connection there and can observe what's going on, as well as markets on both sides there for food and beverages. Could be prepared foods with kitchens backing those up to provide an enhanced offering for the GA patrons.
Could I just add one thing real quick? I just want to clarify, because sometimes it's people have a difficulty kind of understanding this, but when you have a bunker club that doesn't have a view to the playing surface, in practice, and I'm sure you guys could really explain this better, but you know, at any one given game, you might see half the people that are actually out front watching the games in their seats, and then you've got the other half that may be down there socializing, grabbing a drink, grabbing a bite. They'll stay down there for a little bit, they'll come back out to the seat. So it's just more value and experience for them to kind of be able to have that type of experience, right?
Yeah, the thing that we're seeing in sports and entertainment today is, we call them social clubs. We're moving away from individual suites, actually downsizing the capacity in suites, the actual number of suites and the seat count in the suites. And in exchange, we're going to what we're calling these social clubs, which could be more like the bunker club concept, because people today, the way they consume sports, it's different. You know, they want to be with their friends, particularly the younger generation. They want to be around other people and still be able to go out and watch the game or watch the concert, but it's about social networking. And I think the architectural community has, I think, responded to that very well. If you take a look at some of the new arenas that are being built, the new stadiums, they've got these, again, variety of different product offerings, tiering, and a lot of it is built around the social networking.
Yeah, I mean, there's the seats facing the arena, the event. Those are obvious, but it's,
I don't disagree with that. I think that's important. I'm going to be sitting out there, and I'm going to come back in, and I'm going to see Commissioner Cole and Commissioner May in front of the buffet, in front of the wings and the meatballs, and I'm going to have to get security involved to get them out of my way.
Time out.
Because they're never going to leave. There are going to be some people that stay in there.
That's right.
They're not going to leave, and there are going to be people that are going to be in and out.
Do you see that differs between concerts versus sporting events? Like more people hang out during sporting events than they do concerts?
I think what happens during concerts, we see this a lot, is that space would be filled pre-show. But once the show starts, people are in their seat watching the show. For a sporting event, I think you're right. There's a mix. Like Bill was saying, some people will want to hang out in the club lounge. I mean, we see this at the Smoothie King Center with Pelicans games. You know, they're hanging out in the Chairman's Club at halftime, and by the beginning of the fourth quarter, they're starting to trickle out and watch the rest of the game. So, but that's actually what the community wants. That's what people want. They want to be able to go into a social networking experience and visit with their friends at halftime or, between timeouts. But for concerts, they will sit and watch. I think that's a little bit different.
I have one question, if you don't mind, Madam Chair. So some of the stairs, and I have St. Season tickets, Doug, and I lived over there, but you have escalators now that really affect the view and how people move to the open spaces. Were you planning on doing that in this venue?
Escalators?
Yeah.
No, we were not planning to do escalators.
Okay.
As part of this plan.
We could take a look at that. I don't even know, Aaron, if we had examined how the escalators could be placed into spaces. I mean, it would probably be difficult. There may be opportunities.
There may be opportunities, and we could explore that.
Well, being a St. Season ticket holder for years and after the Super Bowl, seeing what you did, it's completely changed the venue.
It's amazing, isn't it?
It is. And I'd hate to do kind of half a project here and not have something that looks modern. And so just those kind of things I think we should have more discussion about.
That's a great point. I think what we're sharing with you today is what I would call conceptual. If we decide we want to go forward with all this, I'm hoping we do, we would get into what we call schematic phase.
Okay.
And that's where we would start examining existing conditions in a little more detail, looking at structural, where we could put an escalator bank, the cost of that. Remember, we're trying to basically establish what we call a design to budget here to right size it so it's not overly expensive, but we still want to maintain the high priority of the seating areas and the fan amenities that we all want. So, but those are good points. Certainly we could look at it. Escalators, to drop an escalator in, $300,000 or $400,000 probably, depending on, that's just the escalator itself.
Just the escalator.
I know, because we put them in New Orleans and they're very expensive, but that's something we should take a look at.
And I think you want escalators to really help with a flow of high traffic of people, right? So you want to place them in the correct locations where they're most essential, and will ease that traffic flow, which we can do a study of that as well.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Madam Chair. So in your mind, conceptually, when we talk about a P3 for the hotel, when we talk about managing this, because you're the subject matter experts, the same people will be running maybe the hotel, or would that be private, same event center, the Bay Center? How? I guess, the pretty pictures will be great, but at the end of the day, pick the house you really want, then pick the one you can afford. So, I like at this stage that we should pick in what we want, and then probably at some point we'll pick what we can afford. But what's your vision of the mixture of how you can make all that work?
Good question. We would call that sources and uses of funds. And the sources would be both public and private. And I can tell you that as your partner, we're willing to look at an investment. The amount of that investment obviously would be determined on what is decided here in terms of the scale of the project, the scope of it, and what's in and what's not. But I think probably Bill could address your question with regard to the P3 hotel. I think that would be separate. That's a separate structure than what we would be talking about for the Bay Center, the ice rink if it gets built, and the event center.
And the parking lot, I guess,
And we got to talk about the parking
Well, yeah,
too.
would
I
the
know
parking
that's
lot be
something we
private?
haven't-
And I just would really, part of the conversation, like to know, obviously you said the hotel is critical for the amenities. The event sports center is critical, I believe, for many of us that are on this board, and obviously the convention center. And so how do you envision all of those four things working together?
Yeah, I was just going to say that for all the major components that we're talking about, with the exception of the hotel, the theory would be that you would have unified management with Legends Global, as an example, managing all that space. And what you'll see here shortly when we talk about the incremental financial outcomes as it relates to these different projects, you'll see a significant improvement. But the hotel, you could either do under two different models. One would be a traditional P3, which the private sector partner would be leading that effort. They would own it. They would contract with their own operator for the hotel. But as a part of that transaction, the P3 transaction, you'd make sure that the agreement has protections for benefiting the event center and the Bay Center in particular, because you want to be able to coordinate and sell that package seamlessly and block rooms for convention activity at a certain rate. I mean, there's lots of things that go into this. That's why the P3 is not only needed to be able to, given the hotel market performance that you've got in Escambia County right now, and given the high construction costs for full-service hotels that have been escalating significantly, that there has to be a public portion of that, but it's usually a minority portion of the overall transaction. But once you deliver some money to that transaction, you have a say in how it's operated, how it's run, and how it's coordinated with everything. So you could either do that P3 model, which is led by the private for the hotel, or you could do a public nonprofit model, which a lot of headquarters hotels and bigger convention centers have around the country. But that's a detailed discussion that we could get into later if you have an interest in kind of going down the road of understanding those two different models. But the important part would be that there's significant synergy by operating all these pieces that allow each individual piece to outperform what a standalone version of that would really be doing. The arena, the event center, the ice rink.
And the reason I ask that question, for me, it's practical. I remember having a basketball team in Kentucky at the Kentucky Derby, and we were in there for a basketball team when parking went up to about $200 or $300, and just because the arena there was not controlling the parking, and so parents couldn't even afford to pay and park. And so that's why I was asking, how did we work all that together to make sure looking at the capital market, I'm sure we don't want, parking controls, but there has to be some type of joint understanding if we're going to grow our downtown, and particularly, it's great that we have this convention, or great we have these things, but if a local person can't afford to park because they can't visit their downtown because parking is $500, and they come to their government, and we have given up all of our rights, and then that, to me, would be fundamentally a problem. So just kind of seeking your,
I think the parking is
your vision on how we get there.
Parking is a little bit separate than the P3 hotel, but I want to give you a real-life example of what Bill just described. And it's one that I'm very familiar with because we helped build a convention center, and we were involved in the hotel, and that's in Shreveport, Louisiana, market about the same size. In 2000, I think it was, or 2001, the city decided to build a convention center, 150,000 square feet of exhibit space, 25,000 square foot ballroom. They did that with a public financing, from city-backed revenue bonds. But then they decided to do exactly what Bill said, and that is enter into a P3 partnership, and they actually were the underwriter for at that time, an $85 million, 200-key room Hilton that sits right next to the convention center. Our company manages the convention center and the ballroom space, but to Bill's point, we had a working agreement because the city was our client, no different than you would be here. We had a working agreement with the hotel that they owned, which was managed by the Hilton. The Hilton had rights to book that ballroom space in the convention center. They had certain rights and privileges for reduced cost of using the exhibit floor. So we had to work cooperatively, but we were the managers of the calendar, we were the managers of the space. So it would work very similarly, I think, here, where you'd have a private operator, maybe a public-private partnership on the hotel, but common operatorship of I'll call it the three spaces, the Bay Center, the Event Center, and the ice rink. But there would be an agreement between the parties that would allow us to work cooperatively because you would control, the county would control basically those assets. Right, Bill? Is that a good description?
Madam Chair, I just have one question on the ice rink. So I know you guys have been doing this for years. If there was another ice rink or two, let's say, that were to come into a market, because there was a company, I think that wanted to put one basically over Navy Boulevard, and now they're considering putting it out in Milton. Would that affect ROI on this second sheet, do you think?
There may be a marginal impact on that, but the thinking with this is add that sheet of ice and allow the Bay Center to really be true to what it's trying to be, which is a spectator entertainment center to maximize revenues, to maximize event capture of all the entertainment and sports options that the community is looking for, and that could really drive revenue in it. And then secondly, to be able to really tap into the economic impact, the tourism aspect, by having two sheets together. So if a single sheet was built somewhere else within the county, there's only a single sheet serving all these users that are artificially constrained right now in size because they don't have enough availability for their games, their practices, their training, their learn to skate programs, et cetera. So you're going to be growing your base use by having a second or a dedicated sheet now at this point in time, and then you're going to be getting more economic impact from people driving in for tournaments. So if you had another ice sheet, I think that would be a nice complement. But if you have a single ice sheet, they very rarely on a standalone basis operate in the black. They're basically operating in the red. They're requiring a subsidy. For the economies of scale, you really need 2 or 3 sheets in one location to be a break-even or better situation. But in our case, since we're able to marry and sync up multiple facilities, including this new second sheet of ice together, is you'll see in these numbers, projections that we show you here in a minute, that each of these components will be productively adding to the overall financial situation of the overall managed set of facilities.
I appreciate that.
Commissioner Berry?
Yeah, thank you. I don't know if this meeting is the time that the feedback's given or exactly when you want this in the process, but I think you're going to have to put some pens to paper that remove the second sheet of ice and talk about the utility of the space that we have available, the acreage that we have available, without that being utilized, and what can be done in that place. I'm not saying what the speaker from the podium said. I'm saying what one of your voting board members is saying. I need to see what the maximum utility would be without that second sheet of ice structure there, and without that expense, and what could then be put there. I understand what you're saying about the ROI, and you even mentioned the thought is, well, yeah, I mean sometimes the thoughts don't always don't always come into reality. So I'd like to see what can be done in that square footage that would be utilized there, as well as the financial impact of not expending that money. What else could we do there? Because we are there are constraints. There are acreage constraints, as I know you're intimately aware with trying to put this together. There are acreage constraints, but there are also financial constraints from our side. I mean, it's it is somewhat of a wish list that we're proposed with, and what we're going to have to narrow down is what can we do. I understand the thought of not doing something halfway, but I mean there is going to be a top line capacity to what we can just financially do, no matter what the appeal is to us, emotionally. There's going to be a top line capacity to what we can do.
Thank you. Commissioner Sternberger?
Your projections for that second sheet of ice is what I've been hearing for the last 2 years from the figure skating community and the hockey community. The hockey moms know this because they're traveling all the time out of town. And I think it was last year, they told me that they went to a tournament and they spent over $40,000. That kind of money can be spent here. And they can save money traveling so much. They can spend that money here, so thank you.
Commissioner May?
Thank you. And Steve, you're right. Because I've done it firsthand for many years. Youth sports travel is huge. I don't know if I need to be at the convention center in New Orleans, or is it better for me to be in Slidell when I'm taking my 10 and under bitty ball team? I don't know. I mean, you get it both ways. Sometimes we shouldn't be down, on Bourbon and Canal, and we don't want the traffic, so we'd rather play in Hammond and Slidell. And so I guess my question would be, if model, and obviously I'd want to talk to Greg Harris as well. Obviously, real estate downtown is very, 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 very expensive. I mean, obviously, when we get to conventions and those type of things, we love being downtown. But if we're looking at an event center, I don't necessarily know if cheer moms or soccer mom or basketball moms, I mean, Hoover's out, Boo Williams is out. I mean, most times they're not downtown. I mean, for many reasons. People can't afford to eat downtown. They can't afford the hotel. They got a van full of young children. And so calculating the cost of real estate, I mean, would the event center, the second sheet of ice, I mean, would it serve better into another sports complex like Foley and have downtown convention for our high-end things? Was that even a consideration in looking at what we're doing?
Yeah, those are valid points with all that. I mean, the thinking is, and the rationale is that you got a downtown asset right now. So that's why the focus of initially of our analysis and our thinking strategically on this has been the Bay Center and how to elevate that in terms of both user experience, the ability to accommodate events of different types, to grow the event market, to grow the user experience, to grow revenues within that space. And one way to do that is only focus on the events that really can best leverage that space. And that's not youth within that youth and adult, kind of activity. Now, you can't be a tournament complex on the ice side if you don't have two sheets together. So the Bay Center is the only sheet in 3 hours. And so that's why the ice sheet makes sense to marry it physically together with this project. The event center itself, again, can leverage both the Bay Center as it exists right now, and you want to be in downtown if you're a convention center, typically, unless you're a resort property out on the beach. But if you're a traditional convention center, you want to be in an urban walkable visitor environment, right, with all the amenities that are in walkable range. And so that's why this event center, which is, trying to be a convention center and a sports and everything else in between, which you can do that by virtue of having the FF&E that purchases and stuff ready to plug and play, different types of layouts. But then you've got the hotel there together as well. So all together, all these pieces work synergistically. If you took any of these pieces out and put them somewhere else, if you wanted to do a dedicated sports facility, I would agree with you completely, meaning it's all they do. You're not trying to do conventions, but you've just got a permanent hardwood court facility with maybe some indoor turf. You could put it anywhere. Usually you want to put it, you want to be within a metropolitan area, out in the area where land is cheap, and then you want to be accessible and you want to be near some hotels, but you don't need to be attached to them like you would by trying to make sure that your space can also do conventions as good as it can. So
yeah, I think in my mind, there's no question that the convention center, I mean, when we're going to conferences, we got to be downtown. You got to be able to walk. But I do think that there's a market. I mean, I would say Little League coaches who are taking their basketball team and their volleyball, we're not drinking Poppy, we're drinking Budweiser, I mean, and so that's a difference between that bar, versus the nickel beer versus that you would find at the local Applebee's. And so I don't know in that hotel price point how many Little League teams would be staying in that hotel. I think it's absolutely for our high-end concerts, our events. That makes a lot of sense. I mean, for our everyday Little League traveler that's making ham sandwiches to get from, Louisiana to Pensacola, being downtown, to me, it's kind of an obstruction. Really, you got 4 basketball teams, and you got traffic coming. Some people are complaining today about getting downtown to this meeting, about traffic downtown. I don't, and maybe you're a guy, you're a lot smarter than me, that's what you do. I'm just trying to envision in my mind, how does that work? I mean, how do we fit, we're trying to fit it all in there, and maybe it does work, but if there are other options, I mean, I don't know. Obviously, aesthetically and cosmetically, this building is going to be beautiful, has to have a lot of amenities. Maybe it's cheaper to have another building that's, not this type building that has sheets of ice, that has basketball courts, because no one's coming for plush seats, for our Little League basketball and volleyball tournament. I mean, it's just price points for them. So anyway, just something for you to think about, and want to get your expert opinion.
Yeah, I appreciate all those comments. And you're right when it comes to amateur sports and tournaments with youth and even adult amateur sports as well. You don't need hotels that are attached or adjacent. People have their own vehicles. They're going to be driving out to the hotel products. And as long as you have enough hotels and restaurants within a 10 to 15-minute drive, you're covered, in terms of the location for the amateur sports. But again, getting back to why downtown, well, all these projects together, I showed you that it's 500,000 people for just the event center and the practice rink being drawn from that. And then you marry that with the 300 or 400,000 bodies that are flowing through the arena. That is a massive amount of activation in terms of bodies into a very tight footprint that frankly can have a lot of spillover ancillary economic development impacts just by virtue of that. The more people you get in one area, the more vibrant the private sector investment is in ancillary businesses around the area, the more vibrant downtown you've got, and the more vibrant location that you've got. So the practice ring, again, I always mention the tournaments by virtue of having 2 sheets of ice, but importantly, the ice flyers are using that sheet of ice too for a lot of their practices in the Bay Center right now. Their practices, normally, they would have a training sheet that would be at the site too, so then they could shift the practices that don't have attendees in the arena and then free up more space within the Bay Center too. So again, we're balancing economic impact and the ability to move the needle financially for the Bay Center itself is what the thinking is with all
And we're
this.
really trying to leverage the infrastructure that exists now with the Bay Center and the available land, and also take advantage of the operational efficiencies of running them as a campus. We'll talk more about that when we get to the financial projections.
Commissioner Strohberger?
You may have already said this, and I may have missed it, but is the second sheet of ice that we're talking about, is it going to be close enough to the main ice to use the same ice plant? It's not?
No, and actually, the ice plant in the arena has just recently been upgraded.
Yeah.
So that would remain for the arena, but you would have a second ice plant for the.
Yeah, because I think one of the selling points for me was that ice plant was capable of operating for both sheets of ice if it was close enough, but it won't be. We're going to get a new ice
It
plant too.
wouldn't be, no.
Is that part of the projected price? Okay.
Okay, and then I'm assuming you're going to address parking at some point in the presentation?
Well, we did do a parking analysis, looking at around the site. We don't have a slide talking about that currently here. There is obviously an impact. You're losing 460 spots on the east side of the site. So that leaves us with 889 spots available that are currently used for the arena on some of the gravel lots and some spaces to the east. We did an analysis of downtown. Within a 15-minute walking radius, there are approximately 3,500 spots as well, so there'd be some community absorption of that. And you'd be within walking distance 15 minutes to do that. But, we've talked about potential future developments that may be happening, or other sites that maybe structured parking would be potentially viable as well.
Okay, so this plan has no increased parking, it actually has reduced parking?
That's correct, yes.
We think that we probably need about 1,000 additional spaces, right? I think that's how we modeled it. What we would recommend is that there's got to be further evaluation of that, whether that's structured parking or if there's adjacent property that can be acquired. But there's probably between 800 and 1,000 spaces that would be required to support the activity.
I think we would probably want to see a parking plan before we move forward, because I can imagine the hate mail we're going to get about the amount of money we're investing, but nobody has the ability to access it because they can't park.
Parking and traffic. It would be a parking and traffic study, I think, that we would need to do. And that would probably be part of the next phase of this, I think.
Yeah.
We didn't get into the details of where a parking structure would go. We have some ideas. We've got some thoughts about how that problem can be solved, but it hasn't been addressed as part. We were strictly looking at the feasibility of these assets.
Thank you.
Yeah, and actually, Madam Chair, so when we're going to a hockey game, bumper to bumper, we're going to a Beyonce concert, bumper to bumper, we're going to an NFL game, NBA game, you expect that. When you're trying to get back and forth and playing in a basketball tournament, that's not the way it operates. And so we do have to take that into consideration. You can't jump. You're playing, this hour, you got to go feed kids, get back. You can't. Those functions don't happen if you have to go into traffic, and that's why a lot of times you see those venues outside of the main downtown. I don't know, other than, as he said, the infrastructure and those type of things, I'd have to be convinced on the ROI and the benefit of having a event rec center downtown. I'm thoroughly convinced that we need to do a convention center and whatever else. But we need to try that. And I appreciate you saying let's have the conversation about parking and about traffic and the cost of parking.
Right.
Because if we turn the parking garage over to a private company and it costs $20 million to build, and for it to make sense, parking is $80 a night, then that doesn't make sense to the average citizen either. So I'd love to make sure we have that a part of the conversation.
All right, thank you. You guys can proceed.
So this is just showing some, back to the arena improvements, conversions of the concessions areas and the kind of benefits that you have with that, with points of sale, transactions per year dramatically increase, and typically the average increase in checkout price is increased as well just because of the convenience and access to product. So just showing some examples of what those look like. I'm sure everybody's familiar. These are white card renderings of what the transformations in the building could look like. So just showing open up concourses, again, revised finishes throughout there, this connection to a lower concourse area in the middle, and then event level market on the lower level that we showed in previous images. And then some club lobby and mid-level club images. This is a rendering we did, again, conceptual rendering using the ice flyers kind of as a basis of colorway and aesthetic here, but of course this could be digital boards that are over the bar or on the wall that could be transformed for different events, for concerts, for et cetera, different use, and really converting those meeting spaces today into a different environment and experience for folks. And here just showing, this is again what Doug was talking about with the stage end pocket, how much that increases the capacity. It also makes it more convenient for load in, load out. It's directly in front of the loading dock. So concerts can seamlessly load in and out to that stage area, and you get an 1,800 seat net increase in capacity there, which is a critical number for the 8,600, 8,500 is really a critical number for promoters bringing shows to different arenas. That's kind of the minimum benchmark. And again, looking here, there was some images in an earlier study. This was kind of advancement of that, what the exterior upgrades could be. It's a critical aspect to the whole project overall is to improve the exterior appearance of the building. This has a kind of LED crown at the top running around, as well as some screens in front of those the ramps that lead you up to the main concourse, and a new revised entry there to the event level and the premium spaces in the center. This is another rendering here showing potential for sponsorship signage. Again, that's a revenue generating opportunity for the building, as well as some digital video boards and RGB lighting that could happen on the upper crown. It's a different approach to improvements of the exterior. And just another ground level view of that.
Aaron, can I interject here? We think it's important to change the brand image on the exterior. And if you go back 2 slides, you'll see that Populous is proposing to clean up that exterior front, the front door, if you will. We were talking this morning about, as we were walking out of the building, some of the things that we could do to the exterior treatment, but this building is very visible along that highway. You have a lot of traffic passing on that road. And that's a perfect spot for static advertising. And Commissioner Kohler knows that at the Smoothie King Center, we've got 2 very large LED signs that are very bright and seen visibly by the passengers, that are going along the highway there. You would have the same opportunity here, I think, for a naming rights sponsor, as well as advertising, where you see ice flyers that would be LED. The purple area you see would be what we call RGB lighting. And this is all priced into the budget. So I think rebranding the facility is important. It's important for a number of reasons, for the community, for the promoters, the users, the sports users, and for Pensacola, creating a brand image, for you. This is a signature demand generator in your community. So it really needs to represent something fresh and new.
In a venue of this size, a population of our size, what would be your projection? Literally, I remember, Steve, when we were first on board, because we've had this conversation about the Bay Center for 12 years. Someone, I think, offered $100,000. What type of cost do you think we get for a sponsorship for that?
For a naming rights sponsor?
For naming rights,
I don't want to set the price out there because it might be too low.
Okay, fair enough.
But I would say to you, just in comparable markets, I would say the range would be on the low end, and you'll see this in our budget, 500,000 a year. On the high end, probably $1 million, maybe a little higher annually.
And you can get those box seats you want if you give $1 million, Steve.
A lot of it depends on that visibility. Like I said, it's the traffic on the highway, it's the user groups that are coming in. We're talking about in excess of 600, 700,000 people a year now coming through the market, coming to these properties. And a lot of it is B2B, business to business. If it's a brand, if it's a bank, is there things that we can do to allow them to have access to the customers, the database? There are a lot of components that make up naming rights, and what drives that value. And it depends on the company that's interested in it, what their end game is for reaching their customers. But I think that's probably a decent range based on comps that we have in other markets.
So this next slide, in 2023, we did a full facilities conditions assessment. And as part of that, there was about $138 million of maintenance items that would be needed over the next 20 years to include typical future maintenance items, but also some maintenance items that were deferred. Since then, or before that, for this presentation, we took the next 7 years from that 20-year assessment. The project total over the 7 years is $72 million of either future within the 7 years or prior and deferred maintenance that exists today in the Pensacola Bay Center. In 2024, you approved and allocated $10 million to start upkeep and catch up on some of that deferred maintenance. The project itself, as reported today, will account for almost 26.6 million of the items shown as part of the 72 million. But that does still leave a remaining 35.9 as per the facilities conditions assessment. That leaves that remaining 35.9 still to be as allocated as deferred maintenance. You'll see in some future slides as a placeholder, we're using 15 million to lower that final to 20 million. So there is a priority list in order in terms of the magnitude within the 35 million. We think 15 million is a solid placeholder, but there are still deferred maintenance items not included in this overall budget that we want to make sure you're aware of.
So this slide here is going back to the arena improvements. Again, we've broken down this into each area of the improvements and renovations. And this was priced by a cost estimator that we work with frequently, Ryder Levitt Bucknell. They do a lot of projects with us of this type and had this cost estimating done for each of those specific to the proposed intervention. So you can see there the roll-up of the hard cost, the deferred maintenance that Mike was talking about, as well as total project costs and soft costs there at $71 million.
Can I ask, can you give us some examples? Because the soft costs seem like a lot. What does that all include?
That includes insurance, professional fees. It includes FF&E as well as part of that.
Contingency. Contingency, I believe, is in there as well.
Yeah.
It's architectural, engineering, permitting, all the things that Aaron just mentioned, bonding, insurance. So usually it's a rough order of magnitude. It's around 22 to 25, maybe 26% typically of hard costs.
Okay, thank you.
So now just walking through the event center, I'll try to go quickly through this. But the general layout in yellow here in the center is that subdividable 55,000 square foot floor. Back of house spaces that kind of open up into a service yard between the arena and the new event center here with your kind of functional operational support spaces in gray there. Event support facilities, changing rooms and other things in the green. A kitchen that would help to, large kitchen, 4,000 square feet, that would help to support the entire campus and be able to have, provide supplemental food and beverage to the arena and the ice facility as well. Again, that in yellow, the connection back to the arena, there, a walkable connection across the site that brings you up to the concourse level. And in blue here, pre-function space, which is important for these types of events. So you have some breakout area, you have food and beverage offerings in that space, as well as, that's in the purple, as well as restrooms and other amenities in the deep blue. A level above this, so connected, this is where we may have an escalator here. We did think about one bringing people up to the meeting room spaces, so 6,000 square feet of meeting room space broken down into separate rooms. Again, restrooms and some amenities on this level. And then importantly, as we've been discussing, a connection to that hotel property, which could have the ballroom space, 30,000 square feet of event space, conference space within that. So directly connected to this space and the event center. We're looking at kind of simple, clean, economical type of finishes here. You can see in the middle image kind of a court layout there, a very simple, clean structure, not a lot of frills on the inside. It's basically 4 walls and a floor with a tall ceiling to economize what that could be. Also echoing some of the architecture down here, louvers and sun shading, it would be important for the building, and looking at that, tapping into views where we can. There's could be quite spectacular views from the upper level of the building towards the bay. This is just showing a couple different scenarios of layouts. This is the same space. This is a project in Waco, Texas, that is a similar, very similar event floor with the tall ceilings. On the left-hand side, you see a basketball setup. On the right-hand side is a farm equipment conference there. So. And this is an example of what that pre-function event center space could look like. Trying to keep kind of light colors here, you know, coastal inspiration, sand colors, natural wood to kind of give warmth to the space, and then some connection to the exterior as well with glazing on the right-hand side. And here's an example of the layout in the event center, a rendering of just what that space could be with a basketball setup. Again, portable seating on the sides that could be retracted for different uses, or opened out during basketball, volleyball, cheering tournaments, et cetera. So it would be a 35-foot ceiling in here, so it would accommodate all sorts of sporting events. And then a visual of the exterior, again, conceptual rendering, looking at kind of the 3 complexes together with the event center in the middle, echoing again some of the architectural language around here with the deep porches and balconies on Palafox Street, maybe echoing the coastal, the Gulf Pier aesthetic here along the front of the building. And where we have that connection, that's where you see the kind of verticals is where we have the connection back to the arena from the event center, and this drop-off area coming off Chase Street here for drop-off between the event center, the hotel, and the new ice sheet. This slide demonstrates, you know, kind of the different areas of the project and the cost per each. Just for the event center, yes, correct. So it's 105,000 square feet, $63 million hard construction cost. Again, that's a soft cost there, $21 million for the total project roll-up of $84.4 million. We did some analysis of this kind of rough order of magnitude pricing for these. So the event center I showed, Waco, Texas, was built in 2019. That was about $400 a square foot. For the hard construction costs there. And we're working on a project currently in Columbus, Ohio. It's a very hot construction market. 2026 pricing is $750 a square foot. But we've done some analysis here. The Legends team has also provided some input that we believe that $600 a square foot is the appropriate dollar value for a facility of this type, and a number that we can work towards for design, which is what the basis of the $84 million is. Okay, so for the ice rink, here, this is the last building on the site. It's very simple, a sheet of ice with some seating for approximately 600 to 1,000 people, locker room spaces in there, and then you can see in the gray surrounding that is the ice plant, mechanical, electrical facilities that would need to support that. Again, it does have a direct connection at this ground level to the event center, so you can have uses, simultaneous uses there. We're also showing the hotel in this image and potential for retail, restaurant uses at the ground level there that would be directly adjacent to all these facilities. And as we go up a level, kind of the upper concourse here, this would be for spectator seating for those tournament uses. Again, 600 to 1,000 seats in the seating bowl, just one-sided, with a couple of party rooms and function rooms as accessory spaces to that, and a small concessions area. So here, it's pretty simple, long span structures, but fairly simple aesthetic, not a lot of high-end finishes, as you can see in these images, just to give kind of examples of look and feel of what this could be on the inside. And then keeping something clean on the outside. We don't want a lot of window fenestration into the ice, but you might be able to provide some translucent glazing, some other things there to demonstrate the activity on the outside. So again, here, just looking at those different areas, the programs that we allocated for a facility of this type, square footage needed is 43,500 square feet at a hard cost of, when I say hard cost, that is construction costs only, so that is $21.8 million, and then the soft costs added onto that, totaling up to $29.8 million. Again, we've worked with some folks to do some cost assessments for other similar facilities. You can see here a difference between Wellesley Sports Center, which is an ice facility, I think has 3 sheets of ice, built in 2019 at $250 a square foot. Adjusted for 2026, that's $500 a square foot. The Mosaic Quarter is a current construction project. That has, it's a much larger facility, has court space as well as ice space and some amenities. That's $625 a square foot. We think that this type of facility could be in the $500 square foot range, which is the basis of this pricing.
Is there a world in which the ice sheet could go underneath, kind of like we do at the Bay Center now, but the event space itself, so we could combine those two? Or is that not a practical thing?
We looked at that, actually, that scenario. We also looked at a scenario that when you do that, you gain some space underneath the ice center because, or the event center, because it's a much larger floor. So we looked at populating that with parking, for instance, and creating kind of a building of that type. We think that would drive up the per square foot costs, but it's certainly something we could continue to explore as we go forward.
I think what she's asking though, Aaron, is could we have a ice floor on the flat surface of the exhibit hall? I think what you're referring to is an elevated court. You were, I think, in the initial plans, we had like a 2-story building. So I think what she's referring to is basically taking the ice floor, like we have in the Bay Center. You'd have a concrete floor with the glycol unit underneath, and then you would cover it. You'd have to cover it with an ice floor cover if you were going to do conventions. I don't know if you guys done any projects like that in other markets where you have an ice floor that's going to be convertible to a convention floor?
Typically, you want that partitioned off into a separate space because of humidity and temperature control for the ice itself. And if it's a regular use ice sheet, you do have to cover it for conventions when it comes in, which creates some issues and some operational challenges. The other thing that can be done, but again, it's not really recommended for continual use, is to put a temporary ice sheet onto the floor of the event center, which you could also do and bring that in. But
Yeah, I think in this case, you could probably do it. It would require you to do a lot of conversions. Labor costs would go up because of that, and then you would have the issue of having to build the hockey dasher walls and segregate that space from the convention space. So you wouldn't get I don't think the utility that Darren was talking about earlier, or that Bill was referring to earlier in terms of the demand, because utility of the use of the space, because you would be using it for different purposes, completely different purposes. And And running an ice plant in a building that is, got high-end finishes, like for example in the meeting rooms, it's a little bit different. I mean, it's a different environment. So
Okay.
it could be done. It could be done. I just don't know if it would be functionally the right use of the space to get the optimum revenue generation and use out of it.
That makes sense. Thank you.
And it'd be close enough to use the other ice plant.
No, I don't think so. You'd still have to have a standalone ice plant. I don't believe that ice plant, where it's located, you'd have to run glycol under the street, and I don't think the ice plant has the capacity to run 2 sheets. I don't know the answer to that, but I believe it would be cost prohibitive. You'd be better off building a single ice plant, I think, separately.
So here, the next few slides just show kind of full campus impact here. Again, similar slide to what is shown before. And then each individual cost for the improvements or the new building, new construction. Did you want to say something? So this is just kind of rendered out view. Again, looking at that conceptual view, the hotel in this position, we kept in this position because it reinforces that corner there. It could be adjacent to future development. It happens on adjacent parcels, but also offers and affords great views towards the bay from that corner of the site without being obstructed. And just another view looking kind of towards back toward downtown Pensacola. Again, these are conceptual images. So the next phases of design, we would be looking at much more closely the layout, programming, other feedback that we would get from council members.
We're going to try to move quickly through the next few slides. I think Bill's got a hard stop here in about 30 minutes. He's got to go catch his flight. He's got to fly back to Minnesota, and it's going to be 21 degrees below zero up there. So,
Can I ask one quick question in case he has to leave?
yes.
So I guess Mobile, if we put in 189 million, I guess Mobile's putting in 300 million. Does this keep us competitive with what Mobile has? Because oftentimes when we talk to our providers, we would have more concerts, we may have more conventions, we may have more this. If we can compete in Mobile, Mobile's off to a head start with the 300 million. We're going to put conceivably 189. Does this keep us in the competitive market against Mobile, in your opinion?
Well, let me say it this way. Mobile's not going away. They're going to build that building, and if you don't do something, you will be left behind. Okay? Now, we're going to be realistic. We're dealing with a 40-plus-year-old Bay Center. They're building a new arena. But what you will have is the same, actually a little bit larger seating capacity for your concerts than they will have. So you will be equal in terms of the gross revenue potential that the promoters would want to generate for their artists just by adding those 1,800 seats to that stage pocket. So from that perspective, yes. Number two, those tiered amenities that we're offering for the people who want to pay for the premium. Again, we're renovating a building. We're not building new, so we've got to deal with the existing conditions. But I think the answer to that is yes. You check that box. From a youth sports and what I'll say convention use type facility, I think the answer to that would be yes. But Bill, you can speak to that more appropriately than I can. But
yeah, the bottom line is just simply that markets like Mobile and others within the region, they're continually investing. And whether it's in Mobile's case, they decided to build a brand new arena. We've got these pieces where we think that strategically we've got a plan with the Bay Center to elevate that up to an equitable status in terms of the state of the industry with the majority of the peer facilities out there. And so that's really important. And then these additional pieces will get us into not optimally the convention game, but if we get this new hotel, then all of a sudden it could be optimal, you know? If we don't have the hotel, then that would be a limitation of the event center space to be able to go after convention business like Mr. Schaefer was mentioning before. So that's why all these pieces together are going to be really critical. And then, you know, in terms of the demand that's out there for groups that want to come to Pensacola, that type of product, if we had all those together, it could satisfy the convention demand that exists for Pensacola and Escambia County, as well as on the amateur sports side too, with the floor space in the event center, and then the second sheet of ice to be able to handle those indoor sports in an adequate way.
So with your proposed design in this concept, what's the Pensacola edge over Mobile, just facility-wise?
In terms of the, you're talking about
Facility. I mean, they'll have a newer, everybody wants to go to the shiny dime. I mean, when we say, well, we have this that Mobile doesn't have, knowing what Mobile is building now, I mean, what does this whole concept, what edge does this give Pensacola over Mobile in attracting sporting events, concerts, conventions, and all of that?
Like I said, I think we'll be equal to or better in terms of seat count, which helps us for the concerts. If you have a second sheet of ice, you have more data availability. Remember, they're going to have an ice hockey team too, so they'll have the same challenges with data availability. If we can move the Ice Flyers out to a practice rink or a second sheet and do all the things that Bill's talking about, it frees up dates. So that's probably, we program that in, that's probably 3 or 4 more shows a year, potentially, okay? And there's more utility that can be achieved in that building, use cases, by freeing up those dates. So the reason what's happening across America is that more public entities are looking at renovating as opposed to building new. Why? Because the cost per square foot has doubled since COVID, okay? And if you think about Mobile, they started that project conceptually around COVID, okay? Now, I don't know the total price tag, but I want to say it's around $350 million, $400 million just for that one building, okay? They tore down the theater, building a new arena. You guys have been designing it. That's a bridge too far here. You know what I mean? So we're taking an existing facility and we're going to upgrade it, no different than we did this Superdome and what we're hoping to do with Smoothie King, what we did with Desert Diamond Arena in Phoenix. We got plenty of examples where we can, Rupp Arena was one that was rebuilt. We're looking at something like this in Louisville. So cities are reinvesting into their existing infrastructure rather than building new because they simply can't afford, the price to build a new arena unless you have a lot of dedicated funds. So, but I think it will keep you competitive. And if you, like I said, Mobile's not going away. So if we do nothing, then they're going to get a larger share of that market. You can bet on that.
I think the other edge you have here that's differentiator is that you have a campus of spaces, right? So you have event center, the arena, and then ice facility that can work together, which is, Mobile has just, they have the arena, there's a convention center, it's not directly adjacent or connected, so.
We're going to go quickly through the operating projections. We'll hit the first one here, which is the incremental revenue. All of those spaces that you saw in Aaron's presentation are listed here, and we've got the cost associated with them. It's the same cost figure that you saw on the previous page, but on the right-hand side, you see the incremental revenue on an annual basis that we believe those spaces would generate. And again, a lot of that's because of the product tiering, the self-checkout markets. We've seen a 23 to 24% lift every time we put those in, because of ease of, the service delivery, the service offerings, diversity of product. If you can get more throughput through your concession stands and offer a better variety of product, you'll have a bigger share of the wallet, you'll get a bigger check size, but you'll also create more volume. I'm going to hand it over to Mike to go over some of the cost projections here.
So for the Base Center, we used a 3-year average, the last 3 years from 23 to 25. So your comparison column on the left is a culmination of those in these categories. You can see that all the revenue generation that's occurred through the project that we've talked about this afternoon is incorporated there, ultimately yielding, I think most significantly, a bottom line net operating income in the positive versus negative, and in the positive of almost $2 million for the Base Center. For the Event Center, naturally, there's no comparison column to the existing building, but you can see based on all the events that we've talked about and the variety between the conventions, trade shows, banquets, meetings, it incorporates amateur sports and other private events. We've got a revenue of $2.8 million with a net operating income of $386,000. Now, it is also important, as been mentioned before, that these projections include and take benefit of the efficiencies of a single operator in the campus approach. Those efficiencies yield just over $1 million and advantages or shared expenses, if you will, that would otherwise be incorporated if all three of these were built differently or separately and ran independently. Next is the ICE facility operating projections, and does include all the programming we've talked about, such as practice and youth, amateur games, camps, and also tournaments. We're forecasting and projecting a $1.5 million in revenue with, again, a positive net operating income of $349,000. Feel really good about this. We have a partner in Edge Sports who manages 13 of these facilities across the country. So between Bill, his work from the CSL perspective, and also Edge Sports, this is honed in a very, very real usable number. And then finally, this slide is just a consolidated view of all of them. Again, we have just over $1 million in operating efficiencies because of the campus-wide and shared approach. And then just to close it out, I'll throw it back over to Doug.
So we covered a lot, and I know you guys ask a lot of really good questions. We'll just close by saying, I think we covered a lot of this, we need to modernize the space. And in order for us to be competitive with the other cities that we've mentioned, we need to be able to do that. And I think, I know it's sequential. You can do 1, 2, or all 3, or you could do 1 and 2, depending on the desire. There's more work that has to be done to I think, to look at the sources of funds, but it will create a new demand for your visitation here. You saw from Bill's studies that you're talking about an influx of hundreds of thousands of people by moving putting that second sheet of ice out there and moving the ice time to that second sheet frees up a lot of dates, and of course the event center, we know there's a need for that. And I think the other thing I would focus on before we close out, not just the incremental impact here you're talking about with economics, but it's the quality of life and the brand of Pensacola. You know, what I said earlier about when you drive by that building, if we can refresh the exterior and we've got a nice quality interior space with brand new event space next to it, you really change the brand image of your city. And I think that's a big part of this, and the quality of life for the citizens, the people who use it, the people who go to those tournaments, the people that are using the ice rink now. I was saying to these guys, you know, last night as we were coming out of the building about 7 o'clock, there was a small group of 10-year-olds leaving with their bags. They'd been skating, and there was a group coming in. And meanwhile, there was the adult league skating on the ice in the Base Center inside. So we know there's a heavy load, a heavy use load in the current space now. But anyway, I know we've taken a lot of time. It's a very important decision for all of you. And what I would just close and say is that we're happy to work with your staff over the next couple of months. It sounds like you've got some meetings coming up with the city. But I think we can refine the sources of funding and look at how it can be financed, and maybe take a look at some of those operational things, the escalators and some of the other comments that have been made during that same period of time, and come back perhaps in 30, 60 days, whatever your time frame allows, with maybe some more details.
Doug, with the financial model that you presented, would our subsidies stay about the same or be reduced in terms of?
We're projecting that subsidy would go away.
Wow.
Yes.
So if we made this investment, you think long-term, we would not have to?
I believe that's the case. That's the idea. We want to get away from the subsidy. Now, let's separate the OpEx from the CapEx. You would have debt service, obviously, that you would have to incur by revenue bonds being, you know, that's separate from operational. But the operational side of it, we believe that we can, and I'm going to look at Michael here for a minute, but I believe he's going to have to operate it. But I believe we can turn that deficit, that subsidy, into something that's it's break even or better, as we saw in those projections.
Right.
Doug, I appreciate the whole team and what they've done. I'd like to do the whole thing. I'm kind of perplexed, because the cost, I'd like to get there. I know I put on convention here in 1999 and nothing's changed. It went away because we didn't have convention space. Out at the beach 2 years ago, we had the Fat King. Yeah. And we couldn't put 2 more people in that room. So, I mean, and it brought in all economic development to the beach, so we definitely need convention space. It would bring in that, we could bring in ADC, all kinds of different stuff. So I, in fact, would come back. But the thing is if we only had one to choose, which would you choose?
Well, that's a good question. You know, I think we would all agree that the Bay Center needs work, and it's your current core asset that you have today. And like I said, to tear that building down and build a new one would cost you $400 million, probably. Wow. You can't afford that. So investing what we're suggesting here, $71-ish million to modernize it, gets you a pretty good return on the investment. And then I think if I had to step a little bit further and say, what would my next priority be, it would be that event center. And we could figure out long-term that sheet of ice, okay, that second sheet. And I'm not suggesting you would just shelve it, but I think you could take a look at how that can be maybe operated in, maybe there's another model that could be deployed to, maybe there's a third party like Edge Sports that would want to come in and operate it, and we could do that as a standalone. There are some options, but answer your question, I think I would focus on the Bay Center because you've got it here now, and it can be renovated, and it will be an asset to the community.
I appreciate your opinion.
Mike, I mean, if we move forward, and I mean, you know, I'm ready to move forward. I mean, we've talked about it. I know 12 years, Steve, since we've been on this board. I mean, I don't know what we're going to do. I don't know if we do all three or one or whatever, but we have to do something. But what does this do to your signature events that you've branded? I mean, even for locals, graduations or Sunbelts or things that you've done. I mean, does this construction halt us for, you know, like Mobile not having anything for 24, 36 months? I mean, what happens?
So I have ideas about that as an operator to work through that, but Aaron can kind of speak from the construction side, and Doug's experienced this. The Dome, when they went through the renovation, they still played, what was it, 4 seasons worth of the renovations?
Yeah,
Jacksonville right now is undergoing renovations to their stadium where the Jags play. They're still playing games. So it can be done. It just takes a lot of planning, a lot of strategy to do so. There are certain times of our season in the summer months where we don't have a lot of traffic and activity. We can set aside some of those months. So like the arena side of it, a lot of that's on the second floor. That's really not activated during an event for a concert. We do catering there. We may have some, you know, Sunbelt utilizes that space, but we can find other ways to set up temporary spaces to work around that. Now the exterior, the facade, and that kind of thing, that's a little different. When you come into the event center side of it, anything in the back parking lot, that's 465 spaces that we would be impacted. So, you know, it basically cuts our parking in half. So we have some events where we've looked at running shuttle services to different lots and locations throughout the city, even all the way when University Mall, the old mall, was still being developed. There's a lot of parking there. I-110, easy access. You're 10 minutes. We can run shuttles back and forth. So there's certain different mechanisms and ways that we can work to do that. I think from a total timeline, it's about 36 months.
Yeah, we were talking, I think, let me see if I can answer. It's a great question because we talked about this last night. You're probably looking at a 12-month design. If we were to say start right now, you're looking at 12 months to design it. And depending on the construction methodology, I think I heard someone say we would use a CMAR, our construction manager at risk methodology. So you'd be designing and getting pricing along the way. And then at some point when you get to your final drawing set between the design development and CDs, you would get a GMP, or guaranteed maximum price. During that period, we would look at phasing. Now, there's going to be a period of time when it would have to be offline, when we have to move the central plant, the chiller system, to expand the loading dock. We were talking about that this morning. It may be 6 to 8 weeks, but you can bring in a temporary chiller skid if you want to continue to have events, you know, inside the building. What that means is you'd have to bring in temporary air conditioning, okay, while you're redoing the loading dock. The precast to create the stage pocket, that's probably less than a month. You'd probably do that at the same time you're doing your loading dock, as it's on the same end. So that would be the most disruptive, I think, to the operation, where you'd have to probably shut it down for a period of time. But otherwise, I think we can work around some of the spaces, we can phase it. If you do phase it, though, the trade-off is you're going to probably pay a little bit more of a premium to the contractor because they're going to start and stop, work around your events. But the benefit is you don't have that loss of revenue and the loss of use, which is what we did at the Superdome. We worked during the football seasons, but in the off season we shut it down, and we were willing to forego, $3 or $4 million in off-season revenue from other events. But we wanted to accelerate the construction. So it can be done. It's a great question, though.
Thank you, Doug.
Bill's got to run. Apologize in advance, but he's got to go catch his flight.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry about that. It's 20 degrees below zero, so it's going to be rough getting in.
Well, thank you guys so much. And just so you know, Michael is amazing. He's invested in our community. He works great with our partners. He communicates with us. We get text messages, phone calls, emails. He follows up. So he is a
That's
huge
great
asset
to
to your
hear.
team. So I want to make sure that we recognize you and tell you thank you, Michael. Do you all want to see this back on the agenda on the February 19th meeting? That'll give everyone time to meet with Mike. You want to do the city first? Okay.
Yeah, I think we need to wait till the other, I want to do it sooner than later. I'm a little bit concerned. I don't think we're going to have an issue with the TDT like was threatened last year, but obviously if that came back up, it could definitely impede the project if we didn't get this done by June 30th. But I don't think that's going to be an issue this year. I just don't think it is, but it could be. But I think we get the April with the city, don't y'all?
And, we talked a little bit, and now that we have a price tag, the end users are the citizens in the benefit. We talked about, the participation of the school board, the participation of the city in terms of, how we fund this. I know obviously there's going to be a lot of money that comes out of tourist development tax, but I think, we have not because we ask not, that we should at least seek participation, financial participation from the other municipalities with this event because graduations, high school, state championship games, all those type of things. The school district is going to be a direct beneficiary of whatever we do. And so I think, they have a local option, has sales tax that they have that's pretty healthy financially. So we should be at least having a conversation with them, I believe.
Okay, so we'll work with the city folks and see if we can get a joint meeting once they receive their study back, and then we will loop back to you guys if that's okay. Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. Any other questions? Okay. Does our board need a break before we move to the regular meeting agenda, or you guys want to just push through? Okay.
I just want to say thank you for letting us take this project on. I think it's a big move, and I want to thank our partners here, Populous, CSL, AJP, a lot of our sub-consultants who did a lot of good work on this. More to come.
Yes, we appreciate you guys so much. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate y'all. Thank you, Michael.
All right, moving to the county administrator's report, CAR 1-1 and CAR 1-5 will need to hold for speakers. Wes, if you want to take that.
Move the balance.
Hold.
Do we have a second?
Is this CAR -1?
The balance of, yes, correct. All in favor?
All right.
Motion passes unanimously. CAR 1-1, Melissa Pino. There you go.
Is it on? There we go. I'll make this quick. I feel very sorry for the people that are here to speak to ECAD issues today, and I'm prefacing this as someone who supports the Space Center and supports the conversation. But this gets to hoping that we're still getting a public asset, Commissioner Strohberger, and I'm hoping it's a chance for you to be able to say, yes, the island is still going. We've seen elderly people begging for food so they can get their medication down today, but we just had a conversation in which, when everyone caught fire, is talking about box seats. We used to get rained with box seats when we were in Boston. I think the great percentage of people in this room have been in a box seat. We got so many of them, we didn't stop going, because you know what, box seats are boring. I'd rather be with the crowd. I guess I've always I'd rather be with the crowd than the box seats kind of girl. And so, Commissioner Strohberger, the reason that I'm up on this is back when it was Doug, I'm not saying now, this project was a huge waste of money, and I fought against it tooth and nail for years on end. Now that it's a different commissioner, and particularly now that staff has better control of it, I realize that it can be used to benefit. But I just want to make sure that while we're seeding the shoreline with sand that could potentially drift and become more front yard, not backyard for the condo people, that we're still keeping intact. I haven't heard about it for a while, so I just wanted to know the rebuilding of the Sunset Island for the people. Slowly, I know it's going to take a long time to accrete, but that is still on that Good News Project. That's just what I was curious about. Thank you.
Yes, it is.
Okay, do I have a motion to pass, or is there any other discussion? Do we have a second? All in favor? Motion passes. Thank you. We're going to move to CAR 1-5.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
with all due respect, and I don't know if we'll find support, and maybe we will, maybe we won't. And I respect what we've done with the Bay Center to the tune that people have been here for 5 or 6 hours. There's a lot of concern as it relates to the CTC, to Flex Transit. Many people sat here for 5 hours. Many of them are diabetic, have disabilities, and could not sit through this. And I candidly think that it's a disservice, because many of them had to leave, for us to vote on this item without giving the public an opportunity for input. I know that some are still here. I would hope, and I see that, it's obviously back to July 2025. I don't think that it's bad to move it back one meeting. I think that it would be consideration of citizens with disabilities if this item was dropped and brought back at the next meeting, because those people who got their rides down here, many of them cannot see. They had to leave today. Many of them have disabilities, and they're gone. And I don't blame them. If I wasn't commissioner, I'd be gone too. And so I would hope that, we can listen to the speakers, but I would hope that my colleagues would at least not vote on this until the very next meeting.
Okay, is there a pressing time issue that we need to vote on this sooner than later, or are we good to hold it?
I don't see where it's time sensitive, where we're going to lose. It's not time sensitive where we would lose anything if we didn't vote on it for another 2 weeks. Unless someone can legally tell me that.
All I would say is that there has been some conversation with FDOT, regarding funding, continuing funding or freezing funding. I don't know if pushing back one more meeting would affect that at all, but there has been some conversation.
Allison, are we legally obligated to discuss it now, or are there ramifications based on the contract?
I echo what Wes said, is that I do know that there was some phone call where FDOT said, like, you guys need to give us notice sooner rather than later. Legally, we're still fine, but I don't know practically what their timeline is.
Are we so for clarification, I will say that I spoke with FDOT, and pushing it back 2 weeks would not matter.
Okay.
Yeah, and so I was on the phone with FDOT. So
you can guarantee we won't lose any funding?
no one we've already lost. Ain't that right? Joel understands this. Mr. Mooney understands this probably more than anybody else. Yeah.
I just want to make sure we don't lose
No,
any funding.
we're not going to lose any funding.
Commissioner Berry?
Move to reschedule to February 5th.
Second.
Wait, do we want to hear from the speakers first and then reschedule, or do you want to reschedule and then hear from? Commissioner May,
I'm trying to get us out of here.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, I'm not going to, deny the citizens the opportunity, but it will be an opportunity to speak. I was trying to reschedule it, but if those who have waited, you're the chair. If you want to let them speak, that's fine. I have seconded to reschedule it for the
Let's
next
move
meeting.
forward with the rescheduling, but we'll also allow those that are still here to speak, because I feel like you've waited this long, and I want to make sure that you are heard. So there's a motion and a second on the floor to reschedule this item to the next meeting. All in favor of that? Passes unanimously. We're going to still make sure that we get your comments on the record. Carolyn, you're going to be first, and then Harold Griffin Jr., you'll be second.
No, it's all
Thank you, commissioners, for still hearing. I appreciate that you're holding the vote, because I do know that there's quite a few people who had to leave, and there's some that are not here in the room. One who sent me their comment because they are sick with the flu. And that was from one of our dialysis centers who wanted to make sure that we knew that with their 5 dialysis centers, that they are actually having significant problems with the Flex Transit and the timing and the pickups and drop-offs. And in fact, the reason that that bus came that you're speaking of is not because that they had a problem with not being open. It was because the rides are still wrong from these different places.
That's
So
incorrect.
I'm sorry, the ride, I'm speaking, this is my time to speak. And we're getting picked up too early, we're getting picked up late, we're not getting picked up when we're supposed to be. And from the dialysis center, their patients are being asked to get off dialysis because they're worried they're not getting picked up. They're getting picked up after 6 o'clock, after dialysis centers are closing. They're not getting picked up on time properly. Medically, they're concerned about how their patients are being treated. Their patients are concerned for their trips. Their patients are concerned for what's happening to them. That's happening across the board. We did not have these problems before. We did not have problems calling and getting a hold of the people that we needed to call. Right now, when you call down to Flex Transit, I know we're supposed to be getting a call center that you're saying is opening tomorrow. Maybe, if it opens and it works. But right now, you call and call and call and call and call and call. You get the recordings. We need community transportation to be open to the community where it works. We need community transit dollars to be there. They are able to be used by ECAT to get more dollars, yes, but it doesn't mean that ECAT has to operate community transit. Paratransit has to exist, period. Has to exist. The TD program should exist as well. That's for people to get services that don't have services otherwise. And that needs to happen as well. We're getting complaints from services from all the districts. We had a person in District 1 who's only taken 2 rides on Flex Transit. Why only 2? First ride was okay. Second ride, they were more than 30 minutes late to pick her up. She would have been late to her medical appointment. She hasn't taken another ride. The next 2 appointments that I know that we've seen her at the CIL, she's had her mom get out of work to come and take her and bring her to us because she doesn't want to be late. She's afraid she's going to miss her appointment. This is not acceptable for people to be late where they're going when they have to be places, whether it be for work or for school or for medical appointments. So that's part of the issue. We need to make sure people get where they need to be when they need to be. Community transportation is something that needs to be accessible for everybody that needs it.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Harold Griffin and Renita Ellis, you'll be after Harold Griffin Jr.
Chair, Commissioners, thank you for letting me speak today. I'm respectfully opposed to approving this MOA as to keep the county as the community transportation coordinator. I think there's an opportunity to work together, but releasing this would allow the county to remove some obligations and some financial things. So with this, you guys wouldn't be responsible for it. These services would continue to go. The state would just work with a private operator to do this, but the services would still be in place. There would be no funding that would be leaving Escambia County, and I think it's an opportunity to help you guys chisel away at your budget. We guys all know with budget, it's not, one giant move, it's small incremental measures, and I think removing this from the county from an overhead and administrative standpoint would help as far as in reducing that. For the last decade, the current approach has consistently run over the transportation disadvantaged budget. Continuing this same model for 5 more years repeats a track record of overspending instead of fixing. There's clear administrative efficiency issue. The CT roles requires back office workload, applications, billing the state, compliance reporting, frequent meetings. Moving the CT function out of county operations would reduce the burden and cost. And to be clear, this does not mean losing funding for Escambia County. TD dollars would still be spent here on residents here. What changes is who coordinates the service, potentially improving accountability and reducing costs. Finally, from what I'm gathering, since April 2025, we have not been able to bill the state for reimbursement on TD trips completed through Flex, meaning we are leaving reimbursement on the table and increasing pressure on local resources. ECAT already has a lot on their hands with Flex, Fixed Route, and 88 now. So the CTC role adds operational load and staffing pressure that distracts them from other things. So that's just my ask, and I'm able to meet with anybody if you guys have any questions.
Commissioner Kohler?
I'm sorry, I had my light on now.
Nope. Okay, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Renita Ellis, and then Mr. Willie Brazel will be after Renita. Is Mr. Willie here? And then Melissa Pino will be after Willie. 3 more on this.
Thank you, Chairwoman Hofberger. Melissa Pino, 413 Southeast Boblets. As I stand here, I don't even really am not entirely clear on what this item is about. Part of that is a function of being rushed today, but part of that is a function of, I've said this before, the way these items are getting agenda'd. Oh, well, you guys are confused about what this is really about. Well, that's part of the game, isn't it? These inscrutable items that even people who have been following this stuff for years without enough backup to be able to follow it. But here's what I do know is a fact. And I think that part of the problem is the people that have been leading the charge on trying to help the commission be informed as to what is actually going on are people like Carolyn Growy, who is typically, she's so mild-mannered and positive and respectful. She's not like me. She's not going to come up here and lay it on the line immediately until you guys keep sitting up there with your see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil aspect on this. And I am telling you, I am not politicking. I have never been more serious at the podium than I am right now. Y'all are losing time to fix what is going to be an absolute disaster. And Commissioner Kohler, God love you for just speaking straight to your voters on things like the property tax stuff. Man, I hope it doesn't bite you in the butt. I hope people can understand what you're saying, but what I am telling you is you're going to be going through an election cycle, and this is going to be hitting the fan. There are going to be people abandoned all over the place. It's going to get worse and worse. I don't think that you guys have, I think you've been lied to on your grants. By staff. I will only say that I think it's a great possibility, and every single one of you should be getting to the bottom of exactly how these grants are working with DOT. All 5 of you should be on the phone directly to DOT, because I don't think you're going to be able to recoup anything from the time that the Flex was actually a pilot program. And I think that there's also a real question about what Mr. Griffin brought up about whether you guys are going to be able to collect on anything in terms of TD funds from the inception of the program from April to this year. And if I'm wrong, for God's sakes, at least pick up the phone and make sure that I'm wrong. And the last thing I'll say is this. You guys had perfection in ITL. Were there politics and scrapes and things about gas and other stuff going on in the background that could have been fixed? Yes, of course. This is completely out of control. You guys are barreling for a lawsuit. If I were them, I would have sued you already. You're in arrears to that company from what I can track on the agenda for over $500,000. I can't believe they've waited so long. And then you guys are going to have subpoenas, and then we really will find out the facts about what's going on. Maybe it would be better to get back to the table with the company that can do this.
Are you Mr. Willie? Yes, sir. Come on up. Thank you so much for being patient. We appreciate it. Kevin Wade, you're next.
Good evening. How y'all doing? My name is Willie. My family is transportation disadvantaged riders, and I know many riders. Since Flex took over the program, communication and reliability have gotten worse, and we can't get through on the phone.
Sir, can you pull the mic closer?
We can't get through on the phone, and the letters are confusing, and the app isn't dependable. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Kevin Wade, and then Derek Grant, you'll be after Kevin.
Kevin Wade, 413 Southeast Boblets. Thank you, Commissioner, because sometimes being a diabetic gets a little complicated. And I feel for all these people that need these opportunities with transportation. There are a couple of people that found a way in their life to be able to get to Navy Point to go walk in the park and get a little bit of outdoor time just because of the way ITL used to be operating. And they become stranded too many times in the park recently. And, you know, it's when they're saying, like, I run into them 4 hours later, and I say, well, you know, where's your ride? And like, well, I was supposed to be picked up at 9:30, but, you know, things happen, so I'm just sitting here in the park waiting. It's like, these are people that don't have the opportunity to come down here with their voice. And they don't know how to call you, if it would be worth calling you. So, really, get to the table. I know this can be fixed. I know this can be fixed, you know, and thanks.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. Derek Grant.
I do want to say thank you for letting us speak. I did trade. My work week this week is really a tight work week, so I traded a day off so I could, because I couldn't afford to take I didn't want to take a day of leave. I couldn't do that, so I had to trade a day off to get here. So I may not be able to come back when this is extended down the road, but so I am here on the behalf of speaking to reject this MOA so the state can work with a private provider, i.e. ITL. So I had a lot of things planned that I wanted to say, and I don't know why that TLC keeps coming back in my head again, and just kept repeating over and over again, I don't want no scrubs. You know, but I could stand here and keep quoting TLC all afternoon, but I'd rather, I think, quote my dad. When I was a kid, he would say, perception is reality. And that stuck with me for a long time, and it pretty much has fueled a lot of how I view life now. Like, for instance, I'm definitely for a new, well, back in my day when I was a kid, it was the Civic Center, not the Base Center, and we definitely need a new one. But this was the last thing on the agenda, and it was made to be the first thing on the agenda. And, you know, we do need a new Base Center, but there are a lot of folks here, like myself, I'm here representing my daughter, where at this moment that really doesn't matter. And it actually looks like when you flipped that and you put that first, it looks like that you don't care about these other folks that came here for these other reasons. Now, I know that may not be true. I know everybody here may have a reason for why they did that, for why they flipped it. There may be I hope Bill made his flight, okay? But we all have things here to do as well. And a lot of folks had to leave, of course. But perception also with ITL, I know there are probably reasons behind the scenes of why that contract ended or whatever's going on politically, but you've got a very successful Black-run business, hardworking, that are embedded in this community, that the community trusts. They've already set up a routine. Everyone likes them. They're doing a great job, and for whatever reason, they're not running things anymore. That's bad optics. So.
Thank you. We do appreciate you waiting and being patient. We will revisit this at the next BCC meeting. It's already been, or will be added to the agenda following this meeting. The next thing on our agenda for today is the Budget and Finance Consent Agenda, 2-1, 2-28, and 2-29. We have speakers on. Do I have a motion?
What are those that you have speakers on?
1, 28, and 29. So the first one and the last two. Yes, sir, thank you. Do we have a second to move the balance?
Yeah.
All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. CAR 2-1, Melissa Pino, you're up.
Thank you. I literally just signed on for this because I figured that there would probably be a little something more that I wanted to say on the ECAT issue, because it is all the same problem, because it is with how ECAT is being run. And I just got this gentleman's permission to say something that he told us while we were going through that interminable base center conversation, that he used to never have to worry about getting his daughter to the places she needed to be, and he can't afford to keep calling Uber for her. This is what people...
So is this related to this agenda item?
Can you explain what this exactly what this is? I would be so grateful. You can even take my time to do it, Chairman Hofberger.
Well, my question to you is this related to this item?
And I'm asking you, can you explain to me exactly your concept of what exactly this is? Oh, this is the rescue. Oh, thank you, Ashley. I'm sorry. Thank you. This was actually a happy one. I wanted to congratulate staff. I'm sorry, I got the items mixed up. Thank you, staff, Escambia County. Let me see, how can you guys think that I politic, but I don't, and I was so angry, so now I gotta get happy. While DC was over in the press conferences making all of this crap about how it was impossible to get certain grants in, our staff in Escambia County just keep rocking and rolling. And even though it isn't this particular grant, they have been doing so well with the ARP compared to some of the stuff that's been going on over at the city. And I just want to say that, he got up and he said, well, nobody could possibly do this grant program because, not this one, but, and they're all complex because Biden and Hillary's emails, and he had all of these reasons for why it was that out of nowhere the Department of Commerce had called him and said, everybody having problems with these. Nobody can figure it out. They're so difficult. Why don't you take that money and put it to the port? And then he said, we can't possibly do it because of all of the environmental restrictions, which this one and a ton of other ones also have. Meanwhile, Clara and her staff were quietly putting together, as I understand it, there are 22 of those Sally grants that are up for approval at the Department of Commerce right now, putting money to the people who need it, which a lot more of, as we've seen today, needs to happen. So thank you, county staff, for figuring out the impossible, and maybe you can, tell us more of what went on in Hillary's emails, because somebody needs to tell DC. Thanks.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
And Liz or Claire, maybe one of y'all can answer this just for me. In Bright Bridges and Ministry and Opening Doors, is any of this money being used direct assistance for rental to homeless? I mean, because I don't know about anybody else, but my office is over. Everybody needs utility assistance and rental assistance right now. It's crazy how many referrals we're getting. So I couldn't find it in the backup, but are any of these organizations providing rent or utility assistance to residents with the money, the homeless money that we've given them?
So there are some of these agencies are using some for utilities. I'm looking at some of their applications in the agreement. So yes, they are.
So can you forward to my office which one so we can refer them out?
Absolutely.
Because what I'm hearing from constituents is that they're calling everywhere and people can't find help.
Okay.
So we're sure that all these in their application are providing utility and rental assistance.
Not all of them, but some of them are, sir.
All right.
Yes.
Well, it'd be helpful if you pass those, and congratulations in making sure we didn't lose any money and get those houses out. Good job.
Yes, thank you.
Do we have a motion to move this item?
Yes, I'll move that item.
All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Next, we have CAR 1-28. And we have two speakers on that. Ms. Carolyn Grawley, you're going to be first.
So I'm going to be siding here with Melanie on this one too, because again, this is an area where this is an agenda item that's on here that's for transportation, and how much discussion have we had about it? How much do we know as the public that we're doing on this one? If we're getting though FDOT money, we're getting public dollars, we're spending public dollars. That's just reminding us again, every dollar we spend that's public money, it's got to have equal dollars being spent for access and inclusion of the public for disability. So I'm all for us having more dollars to be able to do more access of transportation, but I'm really not clear what this money is going for or what it's being used for, based on what's written in the document. I know there's some clarifying language that was included there, but I'm really not clear on what the program is that it's being used for, because I couldn't find anything else that was about it. So maybe somebody's going to explain it when it comes up for your discussion before you vote on it, but you're voting for something that hasn't been shared with the rest of us as the public. We'd really like to know what it's about.
Commissioner May? No. No. Yes, ma'am. Melissa Pino, you're next.
Thank you, and I'll keep it short, and I'll take those seconds and consider them used from when I was rambling about this on the wrong issue, and I appreciate you pointing it out. Melissa Pino, 413 Southeast Boblets, just to kind of articulate better and more towards this thing, this particular grant of what I was saying. All of the grants, there is so much mis and distrust of how the ECAT staff is handling these grants. You're very intelligent people. You've got to know where there's this much smoke, there's fire. And I am not saying I am absolutely certain that they have not been handling these grants correctly. It's a question. Has anyone of the actual commissioners asked DOT whether they are going to be able to backfill whatever source they've taken, for instance, for that Flex program, and just shuttle the DOT money to those other programs? As it has been conveyed to me by many people who understand this stuff better than I do, DOT is saying, no, you guys have the grant stuff for date of service. It has to do with date of service. So if the date of service did not happen when that grant was issued, if it happened before that, just make absolutely positive that you're not going to have a bunch of buckets of money missing because it's not happening the way it's supposed to. I don't trust that these folks have a lid on what's happening with the grants. And if I were you guys, I wouldn't either. I'm not speaking to Wes. Everyone knows I've got affection and respect for Wes, but I stand perplexed that I honestly cannot understand what's going on, other than to think that there are people behind the scenes who want to destroy ECAT. Wouldn't be the first time. I mean, the newer commissioners wouldn't know that, but we've battled forces that just want to take the whole damn ECAT department down. That's the only thing that I can read off of this. When things get to this level of cluster F, there is serious bad stuff going on in the background. So I'm just begging the commission, you got to take a closer look and stop buying what's being sold to you every time a staff member tells you something, a staff member from ECAT. Thank you.
Discussion? Do we have a motion to move or drop? Which one, Commissioner May? Move. Do we have a second? All in favor? Passes unanimously. The next item is CAR 2-29. Carolyn, you're our first speaker on that, and Melissa Pino, you'll be next.
So on this one, I know exactly what we're talking about, which is very nice and interesting to be so clear. It's wonderful to be able to come up and see that we're talking about accessibility and inclusion, and I am very in favor, and so is the Center for Independent Living, to know that we are talking about creating more access and inclusion over at the beach, and for the letters of support that are going to be needed for putting that project forward. We will be writing and submitting that. We've already been in contact with your office, Ashley, and so we'll be turning that in for that. And we want to see continued opportunity for growth and development of making access to all parts of our community grow and continue to be developed. And it's always wonderful to have positive growth and inclusion come from within the community and be part of that. So thank you so much for the work that's being done on that project.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your letter of support as well. I appreciate it. Melissa, you're up, and then Kevin Wade, you're next.
Oh, thank you. Last of my speaking today. Melissa Pina, 413 Southeast Boblitz, and I too wanted to get up and thank you, Chairwoman Hofberger, for bringing this forward and continuing the work of ADA access, which has been needed. We're behind. I mean, I don't even know whatever happened to the Universal Access Program. Grover's, Sherry was working on it. I know BDI had the contract at one point, and it has been so long. The last time that I checked in on Universal Access, I think I was talking to David Forte, and he was still at the county. So appreciate that. And I wanted to take a moment to say because it does connect, because it's a public beach, on the stuff with Baby Beach. I did not get into that because I'm like, tear those docks down. That's not what this is about. But we keep coming on public accesses that are being stripped away, and that has to do with all public. So whatever is going on with those docks, there are some that would argue legally that they have to have ADA access to be able to get over them, under them, around them somehow. Others would say, well, that's a desire, but not, it's not legally necessary. But I would just love to see, however that situation gets resolved. To be clear, my part in this is trying to preserve the Baby Beach that's still there. It's not to destroy anything that's already been built. I hope the county can come up with a good way, and maybe that thing should be looked at again with that Moby mat that got turned down over on the Gulf. There was an individual couple that came for that. I understand they're difficult to maintain, but if you can permit a dock on one side, you can surely figure out a way to permit an individual Moby mat for them to use that maintenance, to do the maintenance, and if they're not keeping up on it, they just get the permit suspended. It just seems just that easy to me. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I appreciate it. Kevin Wade, you're next. And you'll be the last
Kevin
speaker
Wade,
on this.
413 Southeast Boblitz. During all the restore meetings from yesteryear, Sherry would show up for the ADA, and then it seemed like ADA would be the one that was making the meetings long, not a base center, or whatever we're calling it now. I missed the Civic Center. So I don't see Sherry, but she should be taking a lap, because this is right in her purview. And congrats, thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our speakers. I appreciate your comments. Do I have a motion to move this item forward? Do we have a second? All in favor? Passes unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to CAR 3, we have CAR 3-2. We have one speaker. It's Chris Kerb. I think he's already exited the building.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
So do we have a motion? Do we need to discuss anything?
We have a 3-1.
Yes.
3-1.
We have a 3-1.
3-1. Okay.
Move the item A, B, and C.
All in favor? Vote passes unanimously. And that brings us to County Attorney's report.
Nope.
No, we need 3-2 and
3-2.
3-3.
3-2 and 3-3. No speakers.
Second.
All in favor? Vote passes unanimously. And 3-3?
And 3-3 is asking the board to ratify my selection of Casey Lagarde as our CMR director. I think y'all are very familiar with her and her work. She's just fantastic. She's well-versed, ultimate professional in what she does, very credentialed, very certified, and I would present her for ratification this morning.
Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Do we have a second? All in favor?
Casey, you want to come on up?
Good morning. Sorry, I should have been ready for the, or afternoon now. I should have been ready for this, but I've been multitasking back there. But thank you all for your support. I know all of you, I've worked with you for the past couple years, and then some of you even longer than that back in my time here in 2016. I'm just very excited for this opportunity and very excited for the team that I have working with me, because you're only as good as the people you work with. So I'm very excited about this, and I just really appreciate all of you guys, and there are great things to come for Escambia County. So thank you.
Wonderful.
And that concludes my report.
And one item on the county attorney's report, I can answer any questions.
So moved.
Do we have a second? All in favor? Yeah. All right, and that concludes our meeting. Thank you for the marathon.